Hello and welcome to the PokerStars Arena and this week's Sunday Million. No bounties. It's a classic Sunday Million, $109 buy-in, $1 million guaranteed prize pool. With 10,388 total entries, we exceeded that prize pool and we're looking at a first prize this week of nearly $110,000. 77 players remaining, coming back for day two, playing down to a winner tonight, and we've got cards up coverage all the way. I am James Hartigan. He is Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies, but not Sam Grafton.
Sam will be with us very soon. We will be joined by the Squid to analyse the action from this week's Sunday Million. I guess before Sam joins us, Joe, let's have a bit of high-fiving for ourselves. You were there on Friday night at the Global Poker Awards, the third GPI Awards. Somehow, and I don't know how, Poker in the Ears was named Best Podcast of 2021.
Yeah, a very cool moment. They were actually shooting it like a real award show this time around, so when they were, presenting the awards, they had a camera on each of the nominees for people in the room, and there was a camera on me, and when they said Poker in the Ears, I go, oh shit, because I was so surprised that it was going to be us, and I did get to go take the stage, accept the award on our behalf. Really fun night overall. Was nice to be recognized. I guess it was our turn, is all I could say. That I feel like there's, look, everyone's always like, it's such a tough category. It's a really tough category. And it's true of a lot of the categories. There's a lot of poker podcasts out there. Thank you very much for listening and for voting for ours.
Well, let's get to the action in this week's Sunday Million and our first feature table. We've actually got some players who we are aware of, shall we say, some name players in this week's Sunday Million. Among them, Fabiano Kowalski, a two-time WCOOP winner, who starts the day as a top 12 stack. Now, the chip leader coming into day two, not Sausage, but Sauvage, Jay Sauvage, the Belgian player at the bottom of your screen, who has King 4 here and is in the big blind. The raises come from Jacks, top set. Oof. And how is Edgar feeling about his snowmens?
Num num. Num num.
Man, you're probably not hating this board with Jack High. Okay, a little bit less enjoyment now. Two overcards out there.
172k from Pisagno.
And this is the delayed C-bet, right?
Yes, no bet on the flop. The fold from the 8s. And we are already down to 74 players. Luckily, the number of commentators is going up rather than down as we welcome Mr. Calamari himself to the PokerStars Arena. Sam the Squid Grafton, how are you, my bearded friend?
Yeah, really good, mate. Really, really good. Nice to see you, boys.
Now,
it's great to see you,
it's been a while, Sam. I believe the last time we got to work together was WCOOP 2021. Have you been with us on one of these Sunday Million streams before?
I don't think so. Normally, I only turn up for the big stuff, for the big, high stakes. But I've got a feeling that we're in for excitement today, so I'm happy to join. And I'm going to be here all the way through to the final, if that's okay with you.
Absolutely. Look, I'll sure you know, Sam, because you are a reg in the Sunday Million. The play is very different to what we see in the major online series, but no less entertaining. I have to clear up something very quickly, though. I've already mentioned Fabiano Kowalski, so Brazil is very much in my mind right now. Is it true that the Brazilian Poker Federation ejected you from the country because you weren't successful enough? You hadn't made enough final tables, you hadn't had enough cashes, and they could no longer consider you to be a Brazilian poker player?
Yeah, exactly. They saw what I looked like on the beach, how sweaty and red I got, and, I didn't pass the... I tried to samba and it was abysmal, so I've been sent back to the UK.
Back in the Unitedest of Kingdoms, and pocket threes still good here, but A lot of danger cards for Papa.
I mean, God bless anyone that can fire twice here. Yeah.
And a savage, or rather sauvage river card for Papa. It is Broadway for their opponent. And the chip leader about to add at least $500,000 to their stack.
Wow. Took your little check.
Well, I can tell you that Jay Savage is playing from Belgium as a mid to low stakes player who had a 166th place finish in the Sunday Million back in 2016, qualified for this event for $11, and that return on investment is now worth, checks the lobby, at least $1,000. Currently paying players $1,070. There is a money jump when we get to 71. Everyone will then have locked up the better part of $1,500.
Yeah, and Pasagno here with ace-king in the big blind. We're going to see Elisa flip for their tournament life, I believe.
Yeah, and that ace on the turn. Oh, the 3 on the river. That is a set, and that is a double up.
Yeah, of course, and a lot of people will recognize Pasagno, one of the most legendary Brazilian poker players of all time, actually. A real innovator and trendsetter for a number of years. Very, very experienced negotiating these kind of big fields. You know,
Sam,
around
is
even,
that
even maybe before me? Go ahead.
Is that a photo of Pasagno in the avatar?
Maybe. He's been known to walk on water in a manner.
I was going to say, I think there's a gigantic statue of him in Brazil. I didn't realize that they honored poker players in that way, but I've seen pictures.
So we've had Valak open here with ace-3 of clubs. The 3-bet from Savage gets called, and the 2 big stacks go to the flop.
People are so sticky these days. People used to, you know, I remember back in the day, you just 3-bet people to death, and they would be folding absolutely everything if they opened early position. Now, people very, very reluctant to fold pre-flop. Not the board.
And are you
Savage,
reluctant to fold?
Yeah, go
Are
ahead,
you reluctant to fold on a one club board here? Also, like let's say Savage continued, would you be compelled to see another card with a club out there?
No, I think you'd definitely be folding. Just because you have sevens, nines, queen, jack, as your sort of bluffs and semi-bluffs, or ones to stick around, and then obviously 10x sets. But now it looks like Valak is going to try and take it away from Savage, kind of putting Savage on ace-king, ace-queen type hands exactly. So very, wow.
Oh, so sticky.
Stickiness all around. And I wonder if Valak can fire again. I mean, it's very likely that Savage has exactly this ace-queen, this ace-king-queen type hand. And goes again. A subtle sizing. Ooh. Sort of saying maybe I've got nines, sevens. Could perhaps go for value like this. Maybe even a slow-played pocket aces. And Savage is thinking about looking them up here.
Folds it, though. So Valak, I mean, closing in on the $4 million mark. Savage still chip leader, Valak second in chip. So we have got the 2 biggest stacks of the 72 remaining players at this table right now as the blinds go to 25,000, 50,000.
Yeah, and we can see how Valak has accumulated that big stack. Sorry, go ahead, Joe.
That's all I want to say is, like, you know, I think that a lot of us can sort of follow along and get sticky pre-flop with like a low suited ace, right? And be like, okay, like there's some hands I can make here, but to have the confidence in yourself to have the hand play out and take it away when you don't flop up draw, when you don't flop a strong hand, like I think that's the sort of things we should be paying attention to, at least mere mortals like me.
Yeah, absolutely, Joe, because we said, of course, this is a sort of 109 tournament, but, you know, if that had been a well-known professional doing that, we'd all be gasping in admiration. Now, I don't know Valak 913, but let's give him credit there. Because as you say, that was, you know, really sensed the exact type of hand Jay Savage had and used a sizing that would take it away. And Edgar here kind of betting into oblivion because a Sagno top pair, top kicker, such a dynamic board, may even raise it here and now before the board gets more difficult. Kind of got the nuts at this SPR. That's what Pasagno's thinking about. Yeah.
There is the raise, and it's the virtual all-in from Pasagno.
Little bit of Hollywood, one presumes, from Edgar here. Gonna have to release the gut shot.
Wow. You say Hollywood, Sam. Maybe Edgar's thinking it could come a 9 on the turn?
Mate, you're up against, just call it off against 9-10 of hearts and hold like a superstar. Edgar knows they're live on stream and wants to give the fans a bit of entertainment.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I think I'm finally getting to the point where, like, I kind of understand what these players are doing. I just don't know how to put it into words. Like, I was like, there's 300K in the middle. He's only got 700 behind. I feel like maybe this is just a spot where you just go, let's get it in. And luckily I flipped heads that time.
Yeah, there's certain boards where things aren't going to really get any better for you. There's not any really nice cards. I wonder whether Valak might lead here. Obviously, this is a board that's very, very good for the big blind. They're the person that flops all the offsuit, straights, two pairs and such like. And you make things, clearing out. I think King 8 should maybe stick around versus sizing.
Okay, all right, good.
But how great is it when you immediately clear out the 8x that would chop with you, and Valak gets it done for a very small sizing, betting just one big blind there.
Bet the minimum took it down. 15-minute blind levels in the Sunday Million and 15 minutes until its conclusion. Playing down to a winner tonight, it being a 2-day event. Started yesterday with just over 10,000 runners. That's 7,106 unique players and nearly 3,300 re-entries. And now with 71 remaining, we are paying players at least $1,489. There has been another money jump. The next will be when we're down to 44.
And we're going to see the two big stacks in combat once again. Valak really involved in, not a great flop for ace-6 of diamonds, that's for sure.
I would not like to see Valak try that again this time.
With the ace of clubs and what is currently the best hand, ace king high. Jay Savage bets 110.
I think Sam's got a healthy sized ego, obviously, because I can see it from my gigantic ego. I got a great view from here. I do want to say, Sam, if this does not blow up your head too much, I have been asked more about you and when you are going to be back on streams than any person ever in history. Where is Sam Grafton? Why hasn't Sam been doing streams? I at least 10 times in the last couple of months, people have asked where you're at. So I'm glad to see you here. Fill your boots, people. Who knows when he'll be back?
Yeah, actually, I might even be here back-to-back weeks. I may even be with you next week as well, if that's not too much, too much for you guys to take. Of course, I'm here with, am I right in saying, I don't want to get this wrong and rub you down, Podcasters of the Year, is that correct? Joe Stapleton and James
That is
Allen.
correct. That is correct.
It's Global Poker Award Podcast of the Year, not Podcast of the Year. We have to be specific. There's a very narrow field.
I'm not aware of any other poker podcast awards, so I think it's fine to leave off the qualifying statement. But
Poker Podcast of the Year, sure.
As Joe said at the top of this broadcast, Sam, clearly it was our turn. But look, as silly as I think it is to hand out awards for pieces of poker content, I'll take it. I'm happy to see the show recognized. And I was just thinking today that actually we were blessed to speak to a lot of people last year, poker players, both live and online pros, up-and-comers, Scoop, WCoop and Sunday Million Anniversary winners, and also a bunch of celebrities as well. We had a really good lineup of guests that really made the show special last year, and so they're the ones we should be shouting out, and they're the ones we should be thanking.
Mining Joe Stapleton's Black Book of Celebrity Friendships. We're just sending him out to nightclubs to befriend famous individuals from the movie world in order to maintain the prominent position of poker in the ears.
I would really like to be able to turn in some of those nightclub receipts, actually, now that you mention it, Sam.
It's all research, bro. It's all research.
Yeah, we'll see what my accountant says this year. I'm going to have a lot of research. James, by the way, I need you on this week's podcast to say that I was sent to the Super Bowl on assignment. Do you think you could do that?
Now, there is a very clear difference in this country between tax avoidance and tax evasion. I fear that what you're asking me to do falls under the remits of the latter rather than the former, so the answer to your question is no.
He was shouting at Tom Brady from the sidelines. Would you like to be on the podcast?
Look, I went to the Super Bowl. I paid face value for a ticket. That became content for my podcast. I believe that is a write-off on my taxes.
And Edgar Ronez with pocket fives here, opting to raise. This is a hand you might want to just shove sometimes, by the way, on the cutoff, just because someone that's sticky like Pasagno might just see a flop with these two overcards. That's kind of something you want to avoid, right? Is letting someone. Not well, it got through, but maybe I would have perhaps preferred strategically a shove there, but did get through there. Edgar Onez.
And Edgar now with pocket sixes. Lo-Fi Dream with the decision with ace 3.
Yeah, just 5 big blinds.
Oof.
Very, very short.
Opens to 100,000. 9-8 of strawberries for Jay Savage, who.
Well, when you've got 4 million chips, it's tempting, isn't it? Right? If you were short, he doesn't do it. It's very tempting with that big stack to flick it in there, but I think that is probably a good fold.
And
when you say flick it in, you mean re-raise or just take a flop with it in position?
Yeah, take a flop, flick it in and see the flop. Okay. Wouldn't have worked out here because very strong flop for Edgar.
Yeah,
well, you don't know.
Set versus second pair for Pupper and what would have been second pair for Sauvage. By the way, Jay Sauvage no longer overall chip leader. A player called Sexy Muck from Hungary is currently in the catbird seat with 4.3 million.
Something of a regular, actually, Sexy Muck. I'm pretty sure I've played with them over the years at mid-stakes.
I can tell they're in for 3 bullets.
The sign of a reg.
And so is Haya Eric is in for 4. Who was at this table, I thought.
It's the classic thing where, is it a professional or aren't they very good at poker? You often see that. It's like when people are doing 5 bullets in a main event. Is this person just terrible with cards, or are they Dominic Nietzsche? You know, that's the question.
Oh, all in with 3s. It is Domination Nation, assuming Sauvage calls here with 6s, and I think they will.
This is one of those situations where it's like a little dog barking at a bear. Nope, the bear is not going away this time.
And the wheel draw on the turn, but no 5 or 3 on the river. And that is the elimination of Don Deshi out in 63rd place. So we have gone from 77 at the start of the day to 62 in the space of 20 minutes, 19 to be precise.
Yeah, And that's when things are really going your way. When you call it off with sixes and you find yourself against threes, obviously an absolutely great outcome for Savage and Holding. You know, this is what you dream of on day 2 of the Sunday Million, things to go your way.
Yeah. I'm not sure if this question is trolling. Keydel3X asks, any thoughts about the new poker movie, The Card Counter? So I'm going to take the question at face value because I am deep down a kind, genuine person. Joe was involved in that production, and we have talked about it on the podcast. And actually, funny you should ask, because, hold on a second. Lo-Fi Dream all in, and Rivers the flush and survives.
There.
It is next week, Joe, right, that we're finally doing our Poker Movie Monday on a Wednesday, released on a Thursday, about the card counter?
That is correct. We've talked about the card counter a little bit here and there for well over a year now, but we have never, since the movie's come out, completely set our thoughts on the film. James has seen it. I have seen it. And we are going to have Lauren Mann on, who is the producer of the movie, who hired me on it. She's going to be our guest. The film did not get nominated for any Academy Awards, which it was thought maybe we had a shot. But now that that's all over, we're finally going to put a pin in the card counter. So I'd recommend subscribe to the podcast, and you'll be able to hear all of our thoughts on it. Oh, and my mom's going to weigh in.
Here we go. Domination Nation in Lo-Fi Dream's favor, and that is another double up. Rivers another flush and is now up over 1.2 million. Actually, a couple of things to clarify. It will be a Poker Movie Monday on a Wednesday, actually recorded on a Thursday and released on a Friday. So next week's podcast has been shifted by 24 hours. Also, in addition to the thoughts of Joe's mum, when Joe spoke to Sam Greenwood a couple of weeks ago, Sam provided analysis of the only poker hand that features in the movie, so we will include Sam Greenwood breaking down the one poker hand that is played through the streets in that movie. So that's another thing to look forward to in that show.
Are you going to reveal if he always uses the same ending, right, Schrader? He has that ending from Pickpocket that he wheels out again and again in the movies. Is that correct?
I don't know Pickpocket, but I will say the ending to this is very Schradery.
Okay.
The whole movie from start to finish is very Schradery.
Yeah. He has like a little movie that he homages in a few films. Nice for Lo-Fi Dream, by the way. Obviously, tanked and folded that ace-3 off. Probably would have got called by the sixes that flopped a set. Patience rewarded there. Obviously, it doesn't always work out, Don't blind yourself out of tournaments. It is nice to see someone with a cuspy decision held off and now right back in it with 20 big blinds.
Okay, one last thing about the card counter for now. John Delano saying he'll re-rent the movie for the podcast. I just want to let people know, if you get the Blu-ray or if you rent it on iTunes and there's the special features on there, if you watch the featurette, I am in the featurette as like a talking head. They do talk to me, and I give some thoughts about what it was like being poker consultant on the movie. So,
do they speak to Captain Tom as well, Joe? Because otherwise I'm not watching.
God damn. I honestly just almost said F you. Like, this close. So maybe I might have accidentally done one other F-bomb on this broadcast. That was very close right there. It's still close. I can still feel it on the tip of my tongue.
Oh.
In fact, you know what? Let's make sure I bring that up with Lauren, with producer Lauren, and find out how TF that happened.
Absolutely. I actually am going to buy the movie because, I wasn't strictly speaking involved in the production, but I did get a thank you in the end credits, along with Global Poker Award winning podcast Poker in the Ears. So
that's nice.
Bit of immortality. They asked me for the list of thank yous at the end, and I just went for it. I gave them a list of 35 names, and pretty much all of them got in. So,
wow. Savage with a little bit of a out-of-line 3-bet there with the 8-7 suited. Presumably just a 3-bet fold there into the 20 big blind stack, setting out their stall, saying, listen, I got the catbird seat. you better be careful. And
well, Sauvage is back in control, by the way. Sauvage, chip leader once again with more than 5 million chips and 60 players now remaining.
And
we've got
confrontation.
Sevens all in, but it's the ladles, the jacks for Pisagno. And Edgar all in with a 6. A 6 is not enough. Set of jacks, no club on the river. And that is an elimination and more than a double up for Pisagno, who now has the snowmans.
Num.
I mean, why are all the best poker players still capable of that happening? Like, their hands just hold. No club on the river. Yeah.
I should say Pisagno did lose ace-king to threes with a very cruel 3 on the river against this very player. So...
Oh, that's decisive.
There you go, Joe Stapleton. There you go. You've absolutely cost Pisagno that.
Sorry, Pisagno. Sorry.
Bolo asks, where are Arlie and Nick? Obviously, Nick Walsh and Ali Shaban very capably filled in for us last week. Nick, I'm sure, will be back on stream with us again soon. Sadly, you don't have those guys this week, but what you will have is another free roll with a chance to win tickets to the Sunday Million 16th anniversary, which is now less than a month away. Sunday the 20th of March, that is taking place. It's a 215 buy-in with a $10 million guarantee. It is, quite frankly, the must-play tournament of the year, and 50 tickets will be awarded in a free roll for PokerStars players coming up later.
Yeah, I'm absolutely loving that. Good old 215 Sunday Million with a humongous guarantee. That's absolute dreams. That's exactly how it should be.
How many bullets, Sam? How many bullets? You a whole bandolero?
I'm in for the
a whole...
Let's go.
Yeah.
I'm ready to do my money. You can get me for 1K, no problem.
If we weren't covering it, I would consider traveling to go play it. That would be really fun.
And for last, considering what to do, obviously Alicia, very short, 4 big blinds in the big blind with the queen 4 off. Maybe you just call here and try and flop a pair. I think that, well, decides to put it all in.
And this might be the final hurrah, and that is Elisa KO'd in 56th place, taking us down to 55.
Steep pay jumps, by the way. Just looking ahead to the final table. 7K for 9th, 108 for first. Oh my days. That's absolutely savage final table. I love that.
Sauvage, did you say?
Absolutely Sauvage.
Oh, we're going to see Sauvage Pisagno here. Nope. Guess not.
Well, now it's Pisagno with ace-king. However, Lo-Fi Dream.
Okay, I really screwed Pisagno.
Yeah, please don't say anything about me, Joe, next time I'm playing. How well I learn. Wow. The sneaky flat. The sneaky flat. And it is going to be rewarded, this strategy. I mean, I think the money would have gone in no matter what. But Pisagno seeing all that supposedly dead money out in the middle. A king, also 2 kings folded here, by the way, if Valak folds the king 8, which they will. So really going to need to make some kind of obscure straight.
Jesus, all in with 2.28 million. And ace is huge favourite and has it locked up on the turn. Another double up for Lo-Fi Dream has gone from the danger zone to a stack of more than 2 million. Average right now is 1.8 million.
Yeah, I'm with your band on this one. Let's get a little clap for flatting with aces working out. When does that happen?
Sneaky.
It's like one of the most regrettable things you could do. You're just like, why did I do that? Why didn't I just raise?
Yeah, and I'd love to see a shove here from Papa. The ace-2 of clubs. All that money in the middle. Just pick it up.
Well, 2 players have ace-5 here, but Bakani has ace-5 suited.
Ooh, sourdough suited. Artisanal. Don't forget about the king, queen, and the ace-10.
I don't have buttons for those.
Yeah, and this is, I was going to say, it's close for Papa AF. We can obviously see that a shove would be very, very profitable, but elects to fold. And
oh, it's 10-7.
Yeah. Lo-Fi would love it to check through, but doesn't. And Vilas, having made this speculative peel, may feel inclined that they have to go with their hand. We can see that's going to work out really well for them if they do, but it isn't exciting. The size of this bet puts it in and going to pick up a very nice pot.
3 cards to straight, 3 cards to a flush. Gamble for a 30 a stack? No.
Not the first time today we've seen someone protect top pair by getting a lot of chips in there. In both cases, Sam, that's what we like to see.
Yeah. I mean, folding out that king-queen behind is very important, right? 2 overs and a gut shot. Sometimes you're just short enough. There's enough money in the middle that you just all in. There's no slow playing or
how do we know the difference between... Yeah, how do we know the difference between, obviously we can't know our opponent's cards, but when we should be keeping someone along for value versus folding out hands that we're beating but have good equity against us?
Yeah, so when your hand is invulnerable, if you flop a set, and no matter what happens, no matter what the run out, you're going to be calling off, right? And this... Valik's aggressive tendencies kind of going against them here. Very nice card for Valik's actual hand.
Board getting straightier.
Exactly like this, by the way, where we don't shove the 7s on the flop because our hand is basically invulnerable, right? We're calling off no matter what comes, so therefore we slow play and let our opponents do something, reckless. And Valik with a decision here. Not good to have the queen of hearts in your hand here. You really do want your opponent to have ace, queen of hearts, king, queen of hearts, something like that. And bit of a disaster for Valik.
Oh, no. And it's like, well, it's only like 500k to call, but you can't call.
You can't call.
Yeah, what a disaster for Valik here. Who, again, will indulge in a moment of Hollywood here because they can't possibly call here. Just pretending. Well, we're exposing them live on stream, so... Yeah.
It's insane. So Lo-Fi Dream now has 3.5 million. Lo-Fi Dream must be around... Yeah, Lo-Fi Dream is now 9th in chips. Is a top 10 stack. How many big blinds do they have? Like a couple of orbits ago? 3, 4?
Yeah. Yeah, really, really nice for Lo-Fi Dream. A bit of a... I really think that river bet, perhaps you should be giving up there. Not much. The 3's such a good card for Lo-Fi Dream when they have aces, when they have kings. Queen of Hearts, and 10 of clubs, just disaster cards to have in your hand, blocking the flush draws, which are what you're trying to get folds from. So Lo-Fi Dream with another enticing spot against Pasagno's Open.
Man, what a run right now. This is insane.
Oh, calls
Oh,
out with
wow.
ace-9. And is going to need a spade? No. And that will see the elimination of Pisagno as Lo-Fi Dream moves up to second place on the leaderboard. Jay Savage in the number 1 spot with 5 million chips. Lo-Fi Dream sits in second with 4.8 million. 52 remaining now.
Yeah.
Well, the run might be over for Lo-Fi Dream.
Yes. A little bit loose this from Valak, I think, against such a short stack. And great, though, for Papa having that extra money in there.
There's still a 10 live. How did he miss?
Yeah, and I'm very surprised at that by Pisagno. Obviously, I don't want to criticize what is a bona fide legend of the game who really has, you know, but I would have thought that this kind of field is exactly where Pisagno would be licking their lips. They wouldn't want to make a marginal call off. You know, would just keep raising, defending the blinds, maybe even developing some kind of limping strategy. So creative, Pisagno. Little bit of frustration maybe after Joe Stapleton cursed them.
Also, maybe it's just hard to believe that Lo-Fi Dream could like possibly be on the sort of run they're on right now, and there's got to be an occasional bluff in there. But as we can see, no, there hasn't been.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I guess you will encounter an ace-3 off or ace-4 off, but I just think in the Sunday Million, this is really, for a top player like Pisagno, this is really a spot where I wouldn't be making you know, even if that was a call like the bottom pip, I would just be sending it into the muck. But anyway,
so
good run from them.
In summary, Sam, Pisagno either made a mistake or it's Joe's fault.
Yes, possibly both.
Well, I know which one it is.
Kind of feel that Picani's not going to make a lot off these aces looking at the other hands in contention.
Also, you know, maybe Pisagno just decided he wanted to go celebrate President's Day.
Hey, the weather's probably good in wherever he is, Sao Paulo. Or
do you miss Brazil, Sam? Now that you're back in England?
What? Yeah, when I'm looking at rain and clouds and grey skies.
Sam's probably sat inside, bunkered like the rest of us, going, is my roof going to get torn off, and is that tree going to collapse on my house? Because that's what the last 72 hours have been like.
I actually skipped town and went to Madrid this week, which was, I missed all the storms, which is kind of smart of me.
Okay, well, you were sat in Madrid wondering, is the wind going to rip my roof off, and is that tree going to fall on my house?
Yeah, that's true.
Aces again. This time for Valak.
Yeah, and Valak deserves a little bit of action here. Picani with king, queen off in the small blind, probably going to want to see a flop here, getting a slightly better price and with one player to act. And doesn't. Goes for the conservative option. And we can see absolutely the right decision against this actual holding, of course.
I think I'd be more likely to fold some better hands than king-queen there, and not king-queen.
Well, we are switching, and we are going to pick up the action at Fabiano Kowalski's table, and there is Fabiano's dog as his avatar. A very cute dog, which he says is also dangerous.
Yeah, and I remember at the end of WCOOP, I think it was, covering a big final Kowalski was on. I'm not sure. I want to say it was the 10K FT. Gave a very, very strong performance there against a very tough lineup. Cohen 8 getting a little out of order here with the 6-8 off open. I believe Tiki D is someone we've also seen before.
I believe you're right. Kowalski, it was WCOOP 2020, Sam, where Fabiano won his second WCOOP title, his first coming in 2018. $4.7 million in earnings on Stars. And
yeah, I mean, and that is a lot, by the way. Not 4.7 million in cashes. That is a lot of money and a lot of experience. And as I was sort of saying about Pasagno, I think when you are a strong online pro, very comfortable in these settings, being deep in the Sunday Million is really a dreamy spot. He will have been licking his lips coming back to today's field, and it's going to be interesting to see him navigate this, this field, which, as I say, is, as we've touched on, is a lot of different types of player. And weird board, 3-3-3, obviously will favor Kowalski.
We don't see this board very often.
Yes.
Kowalski fires 140. Blinds currently 35,000, 70,000, going up in 12 minutes' time. Tickety
obviously going to call here. Not very exciting with pocket fives. You're dodging overcards, or obviously in that nightmare scenario where Kowalski does have the bigger pair, you're going to, lose a lot of chips. And I wouldn't be surprised if Kowalski starts emptying the clip, or at least threatening to do so on this turn. Wow, okay. And it's a white flag. Maybe worried about ace queen, or suggesting maybe you can go for the bet check bet line. And I wonder what Tickety will do here with fives. In general, you can't really get called by worse, so elects to check back. And I'd love to see Kowalski bet again on the river. Pretty easy to rep.
Sam,
yeah, go on.
The only reason I would consider maybe, I think I agree with you that five's hard to get called by worse there, but I always feel like when I check the turn, I'm going to be facing some crazy river bet. And maybe by putting a bet out there, you don't make it so appealing for Kowalski to bluff the river.
Yeah, there's definitely something to be said for that. He'll get called by ace king high, and Kowalski gets it done. You see, this is what I'm talking about. Love that. I was thinking about pure aggression. Let's bet. But Kowalski, a subtle, a more subtle sizing on the river, checks the turn, reps like a eights, a nines, pocket jacks, maybe even a aces that slow plays or what have you. Definitely believable that Kowalski could hit that 10 as well on the river. And
calls this all in, and it's a domination situation, and Kowalski holds, and Kowalski has now taken the chip lead. Eliminates rooks in 47th place, and Kowalski won. Fabiano Kowalski now playing a stack of close to 5.4 million.
Go on, Ben Mimar, limping in. Pot odds. See a flop with the 10-4 off. Love this. Out of nowhere.
That
absolutely
is
delightful. Repping the aces as well.
That's the kind of thing that happens in one of our rehearsal games when we're preparing for a live stream. We stick members of the rigging crew who've never played poker before at the table.
Doesn't even want to bet the 4. Nah, check it back. Like repping top set of kings. Come on, Mimar. You've got to win this now.
Mimar's got a stream to think of, okay? It's not all about GTO. Sometimes we're trying to entertain people.
No, Mimar, don't check again. Don't let Kowalski win with 8-3 off, please, Mimar. I know you got a 4 here, mate. Kowalski's thinking, I'm not showing this down, am I? Come on, Mimar. If you bet this river, you're a legend. You've got a 10. Repping Queen Jack, repping Jack 10. Don't check it down, Mimar. Bet. Please.
What if Ben Mimar bets and Kowalski heroes with an 8?
No. If Kowalski can hit calls with an 8, he can see the cards. I'm telling you now, we should eject him from the site. He can't call with an 8. No what? Oh, wow, he's thinking about it, the legend.
He can.
There we go.
10-eye hero call, good. Mike.
He is good, Kowalski, but he's not that good. Nice play from him, Mark. Subtle. Sophisticated.
I mean,
introducing the limit.
Just to be clear, you would not normally advocate from mid-position limping pre with 10-4 offsuit.
The reason I like it is this is why I would tune into a Sunday Million stream, just seeing like something random like that. I love it.
Absolutely. I would love it if Kowalski had called there, even on a whim or as a misclick, and basically like supporter like, well, Sam Grafton says we have to close this account.
Yeah, once
midway
Sam
through the
says
Sunday
it.
Million.
Yes.
It just becomes the new poker controversy for the next 24 hours. Sam Grafton accuses Kowalski of cheating.
Yeah. No, it's just, I mean, and maybe that was a misclick from Mimar. I really don't know. Maybe it's the new solve he's done, the new pre-flop approach. Loose peel here. Mike 3 in 21, not intimidated by Kowalski's reputation. Ace-6 off, taking a flop in position, and what a great flop here. The top pair with the backdoor spades. And Kowalski's aggressive tendencies. Obviously, you've got the queen of spades, which is kind of nice, blocking the queen jack of spades and such like, which will always continue. That's going to shut things down a little bit for Kowalski, one would imagine. See a lot of, these I don't think Kowalski would imagine ace-6 is in the range, but a lot of ace-3s, ace-4, suiteds and the like, not going to go anywhere once the trips is locked in.
Mike bets 350 into 7-4-2. And with queen high, the chip leader folds. And we are switching after this hand.
Oh, we got the Grafton. That's why. We got to stick around to see Ben
we can't leave the table if someone's going to have the Grafton. It's been a while since we've had Grafton, and now we have the Grafton. This is stars aligning.
Great work, Ben Mimar. This is my favourite player. Now, new favourite player. Where are they from, Ben Mimar?
Ben Mimar. Let's have a look.
Don't say it's
Ben is playing
Myanmar.
from Canada.
Love that.
Now we're switching as we see someone win with the Grafton, proving Sam's point that it is the best hand in poker. 10-9 suited.
I've played it a lot over the last whatever number of months it's been since I've seen Sam. I flopped a pair once with it. That was pretty fun.
Giving action in the Hollywood home games.
Oh, there is the prospect here of everyone's favorite type of pot.
We came across just for this. Just in time. We dashed
Just in
over.
time to see how much of a team player you're willing to be tonight.
Look at this. They're both loving it here. Pickney can't believe it. Getting raised on the king with the king 10. Pickney thinks he's up against 7-10 here and he's absolutely loving it.
And, first of all, we get an inconsequential Barry. Secondly, that, ladies and gentlemen, is a chop pot. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot.
Everyone loves the chop pot. There we go.
Do you know what? I'm pretty certain that was terrible, but I don't care. Because, Sam, you went for it. You were part of the team. You gave it your all, and I appreciate that.
Everyone does love it, so they say so.
He really put his own spin on it, which I am willing to give extra credit. Yes.
Yeah,
I mean, I did warn you guys. I told you that anecdote about when I did the theatre when I was younger, and they forced me to, the day before the director said, you need to mime. I was the only person. No, so it's traumatizing for me. It's triggering. You don't understand. When you make jokes about this, it brings up, I'm going to have to speak to my psychotherapist about it now, after, being on stage again and people mocking my great lungs. Should have been an opera singer, really. Wasted.
Look, again, and I think your band hits it perfectly. Sam actually tried, and that's why I don't appreciate some of these low scores. So, Joe, if you want to get your hammer out, if you want to ban some of these people, go for it.
Ooh, I've been in such a good mood because of the awards. I haven't banned anybody yet today.
Have you got it with you, one of you, Stapleton? Have you got it like a
we'll talk about that at the break, Sam. There is a story about what happened. So Joe will reveal all when we get to the break in 5 minutes' time.
And Lo-Fi Dream, who obviously we've seen, it's been one of the star names of this broadcast, is owning ace-jack suited, very good hand under the gun. And Papa with a dominating pair on the button. See, last big hand Papa showed down was the kings. So maybe Lo-Fi can get away from this if Papa 3-bets or shoves. Certainly if they shove. But it's a small-sized 3-bet, the 2.5x. And Lo-Fi Dream, getting this very nice price, might feel they need to continue. This is a sort of spot where if this was a high-stakes tournament, you'd always call. In a Sunday Million against Papa AR. Oh, and it's
strawberries!
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of money out there already.
Sam, against an under-the-gun opener, do you ever just flat jacks on the button?
Yeah, you can definitely think about it, by the way. Think the fact Lo-Fi's got such a big stack makes you want to 3-bet a bit more, but it's definitely an option. And just
are you 3-bet? Are you 3-bet folding if you get shoved on or 4-bet?
No. Once we 3-bet jack suite, we go with it. Too much ace king, even before you get the old ace 5 suited bluff. Too much ace king.
Oh, there it is. The dirty, dirty heart.
Yeah. So there's a queen out there, and Lo-Fi could have a king queen, ace queen, or such like. The 5 made trips. Unlikely that Lo-Fi's got that. And now the flush is in. So when Lo-Fi value bets, all in. Papa with a tough decision. And just folds. Quick. Really nice fold. Really nice fold. I thought it might take them a bit longer to come to that conclusion. But they're not having the jack of hearts really increases the number of flushes Lo-Fi Dream can have.
That was an I hate jack fold if I've ever seen one.
God damn. Why did they even deal me it?
Yeah. Well, jacks again.
Well, Papa back in the action, calling Savage's raise with 6s. Ooh. And we have the all-in here from Vilas with ace-jack of spades. So Lo-Fi Dream in the number 1 position, just shy of 6 million. Kowalski, second in chips with 5.7 million. So Brazil, 1 and 2 on the leaderboard. No, blinds going up to 40,000, 80,000.
New day, same story or whatever. The Brazilians absolutely crushing.
So I assume, Sam, that your flag has changed back, right? Are you now repping the UK when you play on Stars?
Yeah, I'm back with the boys representing the British Isles. They kicked me out. The last, I think, is Brazilian as well. That's a Flamengo badge there, I believe. The big Rio team.
Sorry, a poker team or something else?
No, football team.
Okay.
Obviously, we were busy feeling sorry for Papa AF, who actually is going to have 8s against 9s here, but Lo-Fi Dream actually increased their stack a great amount, and Papa going to need an 8 here, and we can see Maestro's got 1 in the big blind. 1 8 left in the deck here when Lo-Fi Dream calls it off with the 9s.
What a run. What a run here for Lo-Fi Dream.
Ace.
And that is the elimination of Papa AF. Lo-Fi Dream up over 7 million, and we are switching. Fabiano Kowalski has ace 7 suited up against ace king for Tiki D. Well, Lo-Fi, by the way, now very much chip leader, 7.3, 40 players remaining.
Tiki gonna, well, likes the 3-bet here.
Now, Kowalski with ace 7 suited. This is not the Spraggy. The Spraggy is ace 7 offsuit, and is a hand one should not get carried away with. Suited has a little bit more value.
Kowalski, suspicious.
Ooh.
Wow.
Oh, hello.
Kowalski pulling a Pasagno.
Oh! And that was domination rotation of the sickest variety. It sees the elimination of Tiki D in 40th place. And Kowalski reclaims the chip lead. Number one on the leaderboard with 7.6 million now.
Yeah, and we got to feel a little bit for Tiki D there. I would have just shoved myself and folded out Kowalski's A7 and, managed to get it in there in a very advantageous spot. And very unlucky. The sort of playing off the aggressive tendencies of Kowalski and, trapping them into making a mistake with that very, very polarized and strong-looking 3-bet. And, unfortunately just didn't hold. That's poker, of course.
So we have reached the first break of the day. We started with 77 players. Looks like we'll be coming back from this 5-minute break with 39 players remaining. And as we've established, it is a battle of the Brazilians at the top of the table. Lo-Fi Dream, currently second in chips with 7.1 million. Kowalski won. That is two-time WCOOP champion Fabiano Kowalski has 7.6 million. The final 39 competing for a first prize of more than $108,000, and back to the action inside of 5 minutes. But we do have to resolve the issue of what happened to our actual physical Global Poker Award. Now, Joe, I appreciate that you've already told me this story once. I'm probably going to make you tell the story again when we record the podcast on Wednesday. But for Sam's benefit and the benefit of everyone watching the live stream this evening, why are you not actually able to show the award on camera?
I cannot show the award on camera because it is not in my possession. See, what happened now is, look, the drinks were flowing a little freely that night, especially afterward. There were drinks beforehand, and there were drinks after, and during the show there weren't a lot. So it was like a mad dash for the bar as soon as the show was over. And I placed our award on a cocktail table, which I can say is they did make up two. They made up two trophies. They gave me one. They made up one for me, one for you, James. But I put our award on the cocktail table, went to the bathroom, came back, and my girlfriend was sitting there guarding it. And when I came back, it was gone. And I like to say, like, you had one job to her.
So you have devolved responsibility of looking after the trophy to your girlfriend. So you're basically blaming it all on her.
That's one way to look at it. If you want, I'll take it into the bathroom with me next time, James, and I'll be happy to deliver it to you after that, okay? I thought the smarter move
could be worth more
was
with your DNA on it.
Now, again, but to your point, I do think it's a little unfair when I say to my girlfriend, like, you have one job, because to be honest, she has a lot of jobs looking out after me when we go out on something like this. She has about a million jobs. So the trophy was gone. And I wasn't all that worried about it because I was like, clearly I did not lose this trophy. Someone took the trophy. I doubt anyone actually stole it. And when I left that night, I just said to the guys, hey, I'm sure someone at some point is going to confess to have taken my trophy. And by process of elimination, late that night, they figured out that there was one trophy left behind, and it was not the best podcast trophy. It was Tournament Director of the Year. Which, of course, was won by Paul from the Aria. And Paul the next day DM'd me on Twitter. Somehow there was someone in the room drunker than I was, and that person picked up our trophy. He has returned it to the Aria. I believe the next time we see the folks from the GPI, they will have both of our trophies. But it was not my fault this time.
Sam, do you not feel there is a missed opportunity here that if Joe actually had the trophy for Tournament Director of the Year, he should hold on to it and raise it proudly?
I was hoping for a more Schrader-esque twist in that. I thought, they were going to pad down the guys from the chip race on the way out, and you were going to discover that they hoisted it out, or that Cara Scott was, seen in the car park, and you had to rugby tackle her and get it off her because she
was used in a murder later that night, right? It just like appears next to a dead body. That's a little Schradery too.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Ultimately, as far as I'm concerned, we're talking specifically about the fate of your trophy, which I know you are going to claim, and I guess I'll get mine down the line at some point. Of course, we are all going to see each other very, very soon, for the first time in several years. EPT Prague just around the corner. So, Joe, will I finally get my signed copy of Mishima back?
Oh, yes, but you have to remind me, actually, because it's easily the sort of thing that's been so long that I will... I think I have a few other things for you around the house also, things I've collected over the next little while. So it'll be a nice little goodie bag for your heart again when I see you. And where are we going?
I'm looking forward to it. Prague. We are going to Prague at the beginning of March. And obviously, Sam, it's a city you used to live in. So I always consider you to be our tour guide, as it were, whenever we come to the Czech capital with the European Poker Tour. But yeah, we are going to do a live stream of a live event. I know, I can't quite believe I'm saying it. And touch wood, it all happens and all goes ahead. And it's looking pretty positive right now. I'm feeling optimistic about this one. So yeah, 5 days of live streaming of the EPT Prague main event. Sochi straight after that. The Sunday Million anniversary sandwiched between them. And of course, we are going to have a free roll later this evening, awarding tickets to that Sunday Million anniversary. So keep watching and make sure you got the PokerStars client open so you are ready to get in as soon as that free roll deploys and as soon as we reveal the password for that free roll. As we always do, we drop it at the last moment, we reveal the password at the last moment. We only give you 10 minutes of reg because we want to keep out all those people who aren't actually watching the stream, who will post the information on forums and allow others to get in on it. Let's give Joe a break from the booth, Sam. You and I are going to continue to follow the action as we come back from break and we see our friend Jay Savage with the Snowmans.
Nom nom. Nom nom.
I feel like his avatar is someone you should know, James. Is it?
It's Serge Gainsbourg, right?
Ah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I was going to say it's like Rob. I know it's not Robert Mitchum, but it's that type of person. But yeah, that makes sense.
I think it's Serge Gainsbourg.
Yeah, that makes sense.
There's a great quote from Nora Ephron about the fact that I guess it's about people like of similar attractiveness finding each other, and kind of like she goes, couples should look like they're from the same food group, which I think is a wonderful quote. And when you look at Serge Gainsbourg and Jane Birkin, no. But I guess he was a very charming man.
Sure. C'est je ne sais quoi. Said with a bad French accent. Kind of rooting for Velas. I've got a flamenco, not flamenco. That's a dance. Flamenco shirt I brought home with me from Rio.
See, earlier on when you referenced that, when you said, I thought you'd actually misspoken. I thought, oh, Sam meant to say flamenco, and he said flamengo, because I didn't know that there was a soccer team called flamengo.
Yeah. Flamenco. It's easy to do, for sure. Look at this. No one has anything. Love it when this happens. And again, Valak will try and sneak in, see a flop. Might work out.
And Lo-Fi Dream continues to run pretty well. Sam, I have to highlight this, especially as it's the first post that Johnny Kelly 29 has ever made while watching the PokerStars Twitch channel. Gutted, I busted 69th tonight with my mate Sam commentating, especially being the only Brit through to day 2. Congratulations, Johnny, for making day 2 and cashing, but going out in 69th place. Here's the thing, guys. If you do enter the Sunday Million any week, whether you satellite in or buy in directly, if you make day 2, please let us know. Feel free to hit us up either on Discord or on Twitter, and we'll do our best to feature you on the stream. We generally choose the feature table quite arbitrarily. Normally we'll follow the chip leader or a player whose name we recognize, like Kowalski. But hey, I'm more than happy to mix it up, more than happy to pick the feature table based on the fact that, you know, you've made a Sunday Million day 2 for the first time. So please let us know if you want to be on the stream.
Yeah, Johnny, obviously, a lot of English viewers will know, big legend, works in poker, played poker for a long time. And yeah, he told me that, I mean, I'm not shilling stars here, but he said that he got his account back up. He hasn't played online poker in like 6 years, and this is his first Sunday, and he's nearly won the Sunday Million. So it's not that easy, Johnny. I know
No.
you've gone through 10,000 people this Sunday. I mean, maybe you'll be here every week, final 100. I hope that's the case, but nice run anyway, mate.
Lo-Fi Dream up to 7.7 million and back in the number 1 spot ahead of Kowalski. It is Hoitu from Finland, who's currently 3rd in chips. Jay Savage is 5th on the leaderboard. Started the day as chip leader. Still a top 5 stack. That's not unimpressive.
Yeah, and you got to feel for Maestro here. Oh, it wouldn't have worked out. Wow, Lo-Fi Dream spiking the 3.
Come on.
And Maestro got away from ace-10 with 10 big blinds. Would have been the best hand, but would have lost. That snap call put them off, falling with ace-10 off.
Another domination rotation situation, and Lo-Fi Dream's golden run just continues.
Yeah, I mean, by the way, this is getting absurd now. Obviously, plenty of people spin from 5 big blinds up to 20, but now over 110 big blinds. It's absolutely incredible.
Shouldn't be allowed. Should be a rule against it.
4x now for Valek from under the gun. Norman used to say, no one messes with a 3xer. Used to keep 3xing it whenever, even though everyone else min-raced, and no one. There you go. No one messes with a 4xer. 4x. What can they do, mate? They got to go all in.
Why stop at 4? Why not make it 5? 7's all in. Unlucky, Maestro. You've run into the rockets of Vilas.
Yeah, very standard shove here from Maestro with 10 big blinds. This will get through a lot, but Vilas with the nuts in the small blind.
And aces are holding. No 7 on the river, and Maestro is gone in 36th place. So what are we paying people right now? $2,070.84. Next money jump when we're down to 26.
Yeah, and look at this, Almi 87 with a Mortal Moor avatar. Very, very cool. Love that. And FMRS Murillo, the picture of a very cute baby, deciding how to play the ace-jack. Can go either way here. Flat, 3-bet, possibly even fold, although I don't really like that. Oh, goes for the 3-bet. I think it's sort of cleaner this way. Knock out your opponents behind. Can definitely get peeled by worse. And picking up the pot is an absolutely fine outcome as well with ace-jack off. Nice play from Murillo.
Pocket 5s for Almi.
Yeah, and this might just be a case where, again, we just want to shove it in, get the folds, don't allow the big blind to realize equity. Ben Mimar might outplay you with a 10-4 off if you let them sneak in and see a flop.
So average stack right now, 3.1 million. Blinds going up to 50,000, 100,000 in 4 minutes. So we're around that kind of 30 big blind mark, which is normally where you would find the mid to late stages of the Sunday Million.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good structure. It's not, you know, it's not. It doesn't play on for hours and hours and hours and forever, but there is room for maneuver. Now it's day 2 for sure.
Yeah,
still,
I mean, it's one of those
big bit.
Yeah,
go on.
I was going to say, Sam, it's one of those events which I do feel there's enough play for skilled players to employ their advantage. But granted, there are more than 10,000 entries and you need to get it done in 2 days.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, to be honest, the faster structure, this is a tournament that is the sort of dream for recreational players. And we don't want Kowalski having, you know, a deluxe structure where the skill edge, a little bit of speed, you know, and a bit of a luck factor is also really good for the less experienced players, and that's part of what makes the Sunday Million the Sunday Million. as well as, of course, getting through the field, like you say, which is a big priority. So yeah. And we might see a clash between two of the biggest stacks again here, depending. I think Picani been some people might squeeze the ace-10 off, but Picani's been quite tight thus far. And Savage with that king-queen suited, probably going to want to take a flop in position here against the other big stack. And Picani coming along as well.
Okay, so we've got three-way action, and it's a queen-high flop, so it's top for Lo-Fi Dream. Top pair with a worse kicker for Savage, and the gut shot straight draw for Picani.
Yeah. Really interesting. And ace of clubs is really useful for Lo-Fi as well. Might mean that you just want to look at the big old sizing here. I mean, wow. And this does indicate strength. People don't manage to balance this sizing very much, but Savage with the top pair doesn't feel that they can fold. Not really the card Lo-Fi Dream wanted to see. You are a little worried about 8-9 of clubs, Jack-10 of clubs, maybe Queen-10 obviously gets there. Ace-King obviously unlikely. Definitely you want a low disconnected card, a six of spades ideally. And this is going to allow Savage probably to check back here. And now I wonder whether Lo-Fi could go for value on the river. Maybe just a blocking bet, quarter pot. I think they'll probably go third, something like that, maybe even half pot. You don't really fear getting raised because you're the only player with ace-king. Shouldn't get raised too often. Maybe 800K is the sizing you want to go. Wow, and goes very greedy. Very greedy. Yeah. I would love to see Savage make a really good fold here. What hand goes big on the flop, checks the turn? Needs to be something like ace-10 of clubs, right? 10-9 of clubs, something like that now bluffs the river. So hard to make top pair, strong kicker, call, check back, and then fold. Sort of check back to call this bet, but I would love to see a fold. And Lo-Fi Dream targeting exactly king-queen here with this sizing, right? Queen 9 isn't, queen 8 probably aren't that much in Savage's range. Really trying to get called by this hand. Will the greedy sizing pay off here for Lo-Fi Dream?
Well,
can Savage make...
Finds a fold, and we are switching back to Fabiano Kowalski's table. Kowalski now 4th in chips. Suffice to say, Lo-Fi Dream still number 1 with close to 10 million chips. By the way, guys, we have said a few times, and I will remind you from time to time, that there is going to be a free roll later on this evening. Normally, this Sunday Million Day 2 takes between 5 and 6 hours to play out, so there's plenty of time. We are going to offer you a free roll later on, awarding tickets to the Sunday Million anniversary on Sunday, the 20th of March. But here's the thing. Please don't keep begging for information about when it starts, what the password is. That is going to lead to problems. And I'm going to remind you of the situation in Full Metal Jacket, when Private Pile ruined it for everyone. Private Pile had the jelly donut in his footlocker, and what did Gunnery Sergeant Hartman did? He punished everyone else. So if one person bangs on about, when's the free roll, what's the password, I'll cancel it. And then everyone else will turn on Private Pile. They'll put their proverbial bars of soap and their proverbial towels, and they'll come for you. I will turn the audience on you. So please don't make me do that. Please don't keep hassling me about when the free roll is going to be and what the password is. When it's time, you'll know.
Wow. James Hartigan, very school teacherly there. Love that. It reminds me, actually, one thing that I had a revelation. I was a teaching assistant for a while. And we on like a Wednesday, the kids from this class, I was working in primary school, they were like year 10 or whatever. We took them swimming. And one day they misbehaved. And then we came back and the teacher was annoyed at them. So the teacher just told them, we've had a phone call from the swimming pool and they're threatening to ban the entire school from swimming at this swimming bars ever. The entire school is going to be banned. And obviously it was a lie. He just said it to shock the kids and make them feel like worried. And I suddenly realized all these things my teachers had said to me at school, where they were like, oh, we're going to be banned from this, or there was been people complaining, or you brought this. I was realized, oh, they were also lies as well. You know what I mean? I didn't realize. And suddenly I was like, oh, this is great. As a teacher, you can make stuff up.
Absolutely. But one thing I will say, Sam, this is not an empty threat. If you don't, trust me, I can activate Jimmy the Bastard. And he will press the button that needs to be pressed to ensure that free roll gets cancelled. Meanwhile, Limited Dennis flops trip aces. Kowalski also with trip aces, but kicker problems.
Yeah, and I mean, normally this is a dream scenario, right? You flop the trip aces a lot of the time, and you chop as well with a lot of aces now on this jack turn. And Limited Dennis in a great situation, and this is a spot where you might want to get a little bit greedy, because obviously Kowalski just sort of locked in with an ace X, with a queen X of spades, goes relatively small again, 2/3, and Kowalski not going anywhere.
$5.74 into $8.17. Oh, the perfect river card! Binks the deuce, has the full house, and Limited Dennis, your time at this table could be limited.
I mean, that is unbelievable. Obviously, Dennis does lose to a flush here. Bets, and I wonder, I presume Kowalski will raise all in here, right? The real great thing is you beat Queen's full, you beat Jack's full. Only ace queen and ace jack that you lose to. Just calls. I mean, maybe ace king would have got away from it on the spade river as well. But that's very advantageous river for Kowalski, up to 8.8 million. As we've said, one of the strongest players in the world, and with a massive stack now, very, very deep in the Sunday Million.
And the problem I have, if I find myself in Limited Dennis's perspective, is I just psychologically find it so hard to recover from situations like that.
Yeah.
It's one thing for that to happen and for you to be eliminated, where you can basically just kind of like rant about it and kind of tell all your friends about your bad beat, even though they don't care. But when you still have to play, you've still got a stack, and you've got to try and get back into the game, I find it so hard to adjust.
Yeah, it does feel unjust, particularly at such a crucial stage of the tournament, because it's not just that you lost those chips. Obviously, those chips would have come back to you as well. Like, even if they fold the river for some reason and you just with what's in the middle and maintain your position or grow your stack a little bit, let alone, obviously, if a brick comes and you maybe get the value bet as well. So very, very tough for Limited Dennis there.
Yeah, and Dennis just below average. Average stack right now being 3.3 million. And now Kowalski won with the Snowmans.
Num.
Kowalski second in chips behind Lo-Fi Dream over our other feature table, who has 9.5 million right now. And Boar on the floor opens with King Jack, gets the call from Kowalski in position.
Yeah, nice flop for the pocket eights. Just the one overcard, a heart, bit of straighty connection as well. Definitely one of the better flops you're going to see. Nice sizing from Kowalski here. Just quarter pot, targeting exactly this kind of hand, right? Two overcards, but without a flush draw. And Boar getting sticky. Hard now to know what exactly to do with the eights. Maybe go again for another block in position. Checks back.
Another deuce on the river. This one not changing anything. Kowalski with a lock on this.
Yeah, and a little bit weird for Boar. Probably actually the worst hand they're going to arrive at the river with, though, if you actually think about it. Normally going to have at least ace high. Wonder if they go for a bluff. Can't do it. Maybe a little bit intimidated by the situation and Kowalski's reputation. And now it might be Kowalski who goes for value on the river.
Nope, Kowalski checks it back, and they're now pretty much tied for the chip lead. If you look at Lo-Fi Dream and Kowalski 1, Sam, it's pretty much even Stevens.
My favourite graphic. Might even see Steve O'Dwyer in Prague. I mean, what a treat that would be. And Vladimir Tanev getting in their bowl here. 3.5 big blinds with Jack 9 off. Should be live if they go against Ace King.
And Vladimir has some hope. Picks up the straight draw on the flop. No luck on the turn or river. Vladimir KO'd by Mike. Vladimir out in 29th place.
Yeah, and just to talk a little bit of strategy just for a moment. I spoke earlier about Pasagno taking a very thin spot, and we see there with Kowalski, perhaps indicative of their approach, deep in what they probably perceive to be a softer tournament with a lot of money up top, going for the low variance option. No thin value bets on the turn or river with eights, facing difficult situations or worrying that their opponents check too strong a hand to them. No check raise all in, even with a full house, just electing to call. The chips so valuable in the hands of a strong player deep in a tournament like the Sunday Million that they don't want to risk getting called and being up against ace queen or ace jack. Just call. Low variance approach all the way through, and I think that's very smart from Kowalski 1, and we'll see if that continues all the way up to the final table.
And you'll notice that we're now playing 9-handed once again as a few new players take their seats. That means we are down to the final 3 tables, 27 now remaining, and we are on a money jump. Next player out 2K, the player after that, the better part of 2,900. A not insignificant difference in prize money. Not quite as ridiculous as the jumps you observed earlier on, Sam, once we're at the final table. 7,750 near enough the 9th. Nearly 110k for the winner. And look, when you've made it into the top 10 from a starting field of more than 10,000 entries, it does feel a little bit ridiculous that the difference in prize money is that great. But hey, that is the thing we both love and loathe about MTTs.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And Sexy Muck, who I did say is someone that I feel like I have played against pretty often, elected to 3-bet here with the king 3 off. Board just wanting to raise the jack 10 suited, build a pot, not a hand you particularly want to get 3-bet with because you're forced to call, and now missing the flop. Sexy Muck going to pick up a very, very nice pot.
Sexy Muck. Do-do-do-do-do.
Here's my top boy, Ben Mimar. And I've
Not
got to say, based on how Mimar has played, folding the queen 9 off there on the hijack, now coming in for a more conventional raise, I'm going to stick my neck out and say that sadly, it wasn't a strategic innovation that we are the first to witness here on the Sunday Million stream. But in fact, it was, you know, that most banal of, approaches, the misclick from Ben Mimar.
The misclick.
Limping. Yeah. Sad to say. Wow. Look at this from Kowalski. 5 deuce off. Little bit of a disrespectful peel, but does flop the up and down. No, Mimar. Oof. I don't like this C-bet at all. Lieutenant Limited Dennis, very strong range here to flat under the gun 2. And Kowalski, obviously the only player with a 3, and might use that 3x advantage to check raise here.
Yes.
Goes big.
Spike call from Limited Dennis.
I mean, I don't think that you can fold here. Obviously, if they've got 5 deuce off, though, think how much 3x they do have, right? If Kowalski's calling 5-3, that means, obviously, it doesn't necessarily mean he's going to call 7-3, 8-3 off or something. But is going to have maybe some, 3-4s and 3 deuce suiteds and, 6-3 off, certainly. So I understand why Dennis folded there. I don't think that you can just let it go. I think you've got to at least make Kowalski put you all in and then go from there.
So, Boar on the floor with the Grafton, 10-9 of clubs, and there are 2 clubs on the flop, but also 2 jacks. It's trips for Kowalski 1.
Let's go straight flush here for Boar.
I think you mean street clash.
Wow.
Raises to 750k.
Yeah, big old sizing. And Boar actually has one of the few sort of worst hands that is for sure forced to continue. And there it comes. The power of the 10-9 suited. And a lot of money out there. A little bit of an awkward SPR, by the way. SPR of 2 when the flush card comes in. I think we need to downsize here to third pot. Yeah, this is nice. I think this is absolutely correct. And I wonder whether Boar wants to just raise here. Just calls. Look how good 10-9 is. You make a flush and a straight.
You almost should get double the pot for that.
Yeah, and now what can Kowalski get called by that's worse? Would kings or queens call the river if you bet? Does a worse jack call? Very, very difficult situation. You kind of want to just... I don't know about this.
No. No, and this is going to be a full double up for Boar.
Well, I mean, Boar's not even liking it, right? I mean...
Boar has to call.
Well, you know, yeah.
There we go.
Cool.
There we go.
Yeah, it's a big old swing, by the way. That's a big old swing. I mean, just after I give the speech about Kowalski playing lower variance, piles in the money, and Limited Dennis, who things really haven't gone their way so far, going to have 10s potentially against kings here, against the 8 big blind when, 9s might shove, 8s might shove, so you can flip against ace-jack. Very unfortunate situation here. Obviously, we see a 10 in the hands of Mike, 3 in 21 as well. And, these guys playing for a lot of money here.
Yeah. And now we're down to 25. Everyone's guaranteed that jump in prize money, and kings are holding. That is going to be a double up for Sun.
Yeah, who's again someone... I think we've seen Son Moneydes. I don't know whether it's just I played against them or not, but we've seen them on finals. We've seen them deep in tournaments, I think.
I believe you are right. And that is a common avatar. Sometimes, that visual image stands in your mind, but alas, many people have what I like to call the fake cat avatar. If it's not a picture of a real cat, it doesn't count.
Yeah, and Kowalski 3-betting here with the 10-8 suited. Not going to work out for Kowalski, who lost that big pot just 2 hands ago. Do we 4-bet or do we jam? Probably ace-king off all in might be the play.
I've just had a thought. Let's see. I imagine that 10-8 suited will fold to the shove from Sexy Muck. In a situation like we just saw, Sam, where Boar had a straight and a flush, I think we need to invent a rule that if you're against a full house, it's a chop. Because basically a straight plus a flush should have the same value as just a full house.
I can see that. But you've got 2 good hands, not 1. You're getting punished for having 2 good hands.
No, you're not getting punished. You're not losing to the full house.
Right, okay.
So if the opponent has a full house, it ends up being a push. It's effectively a chop. Right?
I like that. Even more reason to play 10-9 suited then. Absolutely.
Please give it its correct name. It's the Grafton.
I'm honoured. And Kowalski opening again, and Mike 3 in 1, going to flat pocket 9s in position. Cohen 8 going to be allowed to sneak in with the very enticing ace-3 suited as a result of that. Maybe even shove, I think, at this stage in the tournament. Probably just calling. Already a little bit of ICM. And flopping the gut shot. See a good flop for pocket 9s. The club as well. Kowalski does have a diamond. Yeah, and, you know, this is different to how I approach things. Obviously, you can, you know, we are deep in the tournament. It's against less experienced players. Wants to sort of push these guys around a little bit. I'm going to get rewarded for that C-bet. Gets to see the turn and outdraws the pocket nines. Does bring the flush. Very unlucky for Mike, 3 in 1. But gets there, gets there on the river.
Another crunchy card on the river. And
10%? No, can't do it. I might even go check. Yeah, 10% pot on the river. I think it's quite nice for King 9. Get called by 8s. No club.
So obviously it was the hand against Boar that did most of the damage to Fabiano Kowalski's stack, and Kowalski 1 is currently 10th in chips. Lo-Fi Dream, who's over at one of the other 2 tables, currently has 10.5 million. Boar 2nd in chips. Boar playing from Russia.
Yeah, and this jack... Oh, you can't fold jack 10 suited, I don't think. Not on the button. I don't know. Maybe.
Oh, you see? Would have been open-ended limited, Dennis.
Would have got bluffed out by the ace of hearts, I think, so maybe it's for the best.
No, you flop a straight draw, you got to go with it. Put your opponent to a decision for all their chips.
Absolutely.
Alternatively, just wait for queens on the next hand.
I wonder if Kowalski's going to open here. This would be very loose. Yeah, and this is, you know, as much as they've been a bit conservative on the river, obviously they feel like they want to be opening very, very wide on this table. King 9 off. Pretty loose open from that position. And just going to do a bit of Hollywood. And fold.
Well, it's Mike 3 in 21 who's opened with the Snowmens.
Num.
Yeah, and Sexy Mike going to want a VPIP King 10 suited, either through a 3-bet or through a call. Decides to just flick it in. And Son Monidas with the suited connector will probably see a flop as well. Oh,
nope. Just heads up. And it is a set for Mike.
Yeah, and Sexy Muck does have...
You've merged the players together. You've basically made one player.
Yeah. I mean, obviously we can see that they're in bad shape versus set, but the straight, the gut shot, the flush draw, and elects to check raise. And I kind of understand this. A little bit too weak to check call. You get to fold out a hand like King Queen or Ace King, which doesn't have a flush draw. You get to realise your equity.
Ooh, diamond.
Yeah. And certainly Sexy Mike going to continue to bet on this card.
You've done it again.
Repping. They are just Sexy Mike now. You know, probably downsize, I think, on this turn. Yeah, 3rd pot when the nuts kind of comes in like that. And Mike 3 in 21, a little bit lost perhaps in this hand now. You were obviously slow playing, but now that straight comes in. A little bit hard to know how to proceed. I think you probably are actually just supposed to raise the set here with so many draws, but it's quite hard to do so deep in a tournament. Like, what 7 does Sexy Muck have that they check raise? Yeah, nice from Mike. Really nice. Look, I like this a lot. Very hard to do, and now Sexy Muck in real trouble, right? Really difficult to play this draw passively. Too much equity to fold.
And misses. But it is a flush card. If Mike 3 in 21 was worried about a heart draw...
I mean, this would be amazing. If Sexy Muck can lead all in, which is what they are... Look at that.
Oh!
Unbelievable.
Oh. Come on, Mike.
I mean, this is a very believable donk shove, right? They had the King 10 of diamonds, but you know, they're going to check raise hearts at least as often as diamonds. And the straight came in, they're going to fold. The eights are going to fold.
Also not helped by the fact that Mike had hardly any time bank left, had less than 5 seconds there to make a decision.
Yeah, I mean, that was a little bit just sort of, I mean, that was battle mode from Sexy Muck, full battle mode, but knew that when the hearts came in, it favored the out of position player, took advantage of that, but with it's very brave, by the way, very hard to pull the trigger on that donk shove, such a esoteric play, and rewarded with a huge pot, actually getting very hard to get players to fold sets, by the way, but a believable enough line, and rewarded with a humongous stack now, 9.7 million.
By the way, those of you playing Squid Bingo, we just had esoteric. Take a drink.
I'm going to take a drink here. Those kind of hands are really interesting. Shows how tough the game is these days. Really,
yeah.
You got to fight for every pot these days. And you know, obviously, it might put yourself in Mike 3 and 21's shoes there. Very believable that Sexy Muck had the flush there, and I don't really blame him for making that very big fold. Loose
Deuces
open
raised.
Board, yeah, and look at this, Kowalski wanting to VPip so much, flattening the Jack 8 suited on the button. Oof, I don't know about this. Is very loose as well.
Come on, let's have it. Four-way action.
Ow. No one with an ace.
Kowalski, who's flopped best. There is no ace. That means pair of eights is good here.
Kowalski not probably going to call here with the button. Not an exciting situation without the backdoor flush, right? And two players who could potentially raise behind. And I wonder if Bohr can apply some pressure here. It's quite hard to... Oh, look at that. They go for it. This is going to work.
Yeah.
This is just going to work. Really nice from Bohr. Recognizes that Kowalski does float some pairs, does have some 8x, and Kowalski has to be careful. It's a very delicate balance. I've been in spots like this where you really feel I'm the best player in this tournament. I'm the best player at my table. I want to play a lot of hands, but then sometimes it starts to get away from you a little bit, and you know your stack size diminishes a little bit. Going to be really interesting to see whether Kowalski Sexy Muck, by the way, opening the 5-7 suited. This is just very wide as well.
Sexy Muck with the sexiest of hands, the Bond, 7-5 of spades. But right now it is Kowalski's queen high that's ahead. And for everyone asking, is this the final table and/or how many players remain? We go to great effort and expense to bring you a live update from the lobby. 24 of 10,388 entries remaining.
I'm just moving. I have something blocking that. So when you actually, that was actually helpful because I have an image blocking that. So that's great. I learned something there, Jace. I can't blame that.
God.
When you were like, oh, people asking how many left, I was like, oh, this is great. Hartgen's going to tell me how many are left. Yeah. But I will do a little bit of maths, a little bit of 3 tables left, right?
Oh my God, he's so good. Have you
There
thought about
we
playing
go.
this game professionally?
Maths.
So right now, everyone has earned $2,880. The next money jump is when we get down to 17. That's when we're down to the final 2 tables. 4K if you can make it that far. Still have a relatively flat payout structure until we hit that final table and it all kicks off.
Sexy Muck with the premium now.
The labels.
These two probably played a decent amount against each other. Where's Sexy Mark coming out of? James Hartigan, you're the man with this kind of
Sexy
info.
Mark has the chip lead now. Hungary.
Hungry, yeah, makes sense, makes sense. Yeah.
Limited Dennis has the Rockets.
I wonder if they can find a flat here with the aces. Maybe a few, definitely would be a flat on the button. I'm not sure about kind of, yes, they do. And this might entice Bohr. The way people have been playing is mainly they've just been flatting. Yeah, this is one of the unfortunate things about this stage of the tournament. People have a tendency to just peel rather than squeeze. And you want your opponents to catch a piece, but not quite as big a piece as Ben Mimar has found. 50% equity here for Way.
Yeah.
Would basically be a flip versus the aces if they got it in. And a little bit weird for Way. You want to protect your hand. Just shoves. Just puts it in. A little bit crude. But Mimar will be forced to call here. Just going to have the equity against any holding.
Is the slight favourite, but does not hit on the turn or river, and aces hold for Limited Dennis, and Ben Mimar is out in 23rd place.
Yeah, you got a feel for Mimar there. Obviously, would have folded if they got 3-bet or shoved. Flopped a big hand, and basically flipping for a large stack here with 22 players left in the tournament.
I had something blocking it on my screen.
I'm loving this now. It's like I can see things clearly all of a sudden.
We try to use as much of the real estate as possible, Sam. Try and provide as much information as we possibly can.
Absolutely. Name of the tournament in the right-hand corner as well. Love this.
I know, right? And the buy-in as well. I mean, it's,
Beautiful. Beautiful.
2, 3, 4, 5. Almost a straight.
Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't. Might have even seen a lead here from Kowalski. I think would have been nice at this SPR. But now, quite close. Maybe just a jam. Check calls. Obviously, there are turns that you can leave. And Cohen 8, a little bit in no man's land now. The Jack, obviously, a better card for Cohen 8 than Kowalski. But there's a lot of 4 5s, 3 5s, and the like. Wow! I was not I wasn't expecting this. Brute force from Cohen 8, putting in 2/3 of the stack. And Kowalski has to fold now. Kowalski has to fold. Not how I would have played the King Queen, but got the job done. Like crowbarring Kowalski one off their equity.
Oh, a great tip, a top tip from StatTrick. If you look carefully, you can see poker in the middle of the screen. And this is going to be a domination nation situation. Ace King ahead. Mike 3 in 21 has the slight chip advantage, so Ace King would be at risk here. Not anymore. All clubs. Nope. Instead, the full house for Mike, and we are down to 21. 3 tables of 7.
Yeah. Again, a lot of, bad luck to Sir Mendes there. Obviously, very, very unfortunate. Bit of a call-up for both players. It would have been unlucky for Mike 3 and 21. Such a strong holding in the big blind. Someone had to make their way to the exit, and Mike 3 and 21 with the outdraw.
Shayark says, bring Joe back. Joe will be back soon. He gets a break. He's got time to squeeze in, I think, at least 2 more. Loves his sausage, that boy. Loves it.
Yeah, and Bohr also, both these guys, Sexy Muck and Bohr, looking to open very wide. A7 off. I think this is quite nice, though, with the way people have been playing. Not too many people been 3-bet bluffing. or attacking these opens from the big stack. Obviously, Kowalski, curtailed somewhat by the size of their stack now. You're going to get these opens through with a blocker that much more often and play against the big blind, which just becomes a very, very profitable stack as, profitable situation as the covering stack, I should say.
So Boar with the Spraggy, ace-7 offsuit, which is still ahead.
Yeah, checks back.
And
Matt now look to just protect ace-high. Checks again.
Ace, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a straight, Sam. That's the wheel. It's the wheel deal. By the way, we have got 2 big stacks at this table, those players being Sexy Muck and Boar with 10 million each, but neither is Chip Leader right now. A player who I don't think we've seen in action yet, Nildon from the Czech Republic, is in the number 1 position right now with 12 million.
Oh, great.
So a reminder that later on this evening, I'm going to say within the next 90 minutes, okay? Within the next 90 minutes, we are going to run a free roll on this stream for PokerStars players to win tickets to the Sunday Million 16th anniversary, the $10 million guaranteed event taking place on the 20th of March. Now, I think I mentioned earlier on, Sam, that on last week's stream, Nick and Ali ran a similar free roll, awarding 50 seats. The free roll had just over 200 runners. That means 1 in 4 players bagged free entry to the Sunday Million anniversary. So let's see what the field is like this week. But I would recommend, if you are a PokerStars player and you are in the global shared liquidity market, that you have your client open, ready to go, because when we do announce that free roll, you're going to have a very limited window to register. So we'll let you know it's live, we'll tell you what the password is, and that is your opportunity to search for it in the lobby and get in.
And Kowalski, of course, knows the rule, opening the 10-9 suited. But Mike, with the hand they doubled up, quite close as to how to approach things with ace-check suited. I think flat is no, mates. Oof. Oof. Little bit tight for a man of my taste there. And look at this. Boar flopping best. Kowalski with a pair outdraws hands like 6s and 5s and 4s and the like. Backdoor
Sam,
flush
what hand does
also.
Kowalski have here?
Love that. 10-9 of diamonds, mate. Wow,
Yeah,
look at this board.
What would this hand be more commonly referred to in poker
I'll
parlance?
take it. The Grafton. Love that.
There we go. Thank you. Own it.
Bit of immortality. A nice play, by the way, from Kowalski when Boar bets the flop and was doing it very, very wide there, actually, with the better 10. Just check folds. Doesn't get stubborn, knowing that's a board that does hit his opponent. And just a board where Kowalski's going to have very strong hands that they can continue with. This is a spot where you might want to fold the 10-9 off, but doesn't. And everyone kind of whiffs. 6s remain the strongest, although you're going to be worried a bit about King, Queen, pocket 8s and such like. And I wonder whether with the ace of clubs, Boar is going to take the initiative. Doesn't. And it's actually Kowalski who goes in front with the 10-9 off. One of the problems with playing out of position here is you can't really protect a holding like this. I don't think you can be leading here. I mean, it seems like Kowalski's considering it. I'm very surprised by this, to be honest. But it is the best hand, and Boar calls. That speed of call, I think, does give something away about the strength of Boar's hand. Very unlikely. And now Boar is going to have to bluff at this with the ace of clubs, right? No, Boar. Come on, mate. Come on, mate. A little bit of gamble, surely. Surely.
So Kowalski won, clinging on, one-time chip leader, now below average stack, average right now being 5.2 million, but not out of contention.
Yeah, making it work for them. You know, definitely interesting to see how these top players approach things. A little bit different to how I would see things going multi-way, but won a substantial pot there. And as you say, really important to push yourself above the 20 big blinds. Now, Sexy Muck, who we've seen open widely, 3 bets here. And imagine for a moment you're in this spot with 20 left and have ace queen. You know if you shove, you can't really get called by worse. Oh, wow. And these guys, I wonder if Sexy Muck's watching, because you are going to get, if you're laying down hands like that, you are going to get probably, you know, as we approach the final table and the ICM goes up, Sexy Muck's really going to be able to exert pressure on these other players if they're folding hands like that. And Kowalski considering taking a flop again. See Queen 9 in good shape against a lot of hands, not against kings with a diamond. And luckily for Kowalski, they don't connect.
I was going to say, that's pretty definitive. 94% equity on the flop for Sexy Muck.
Yeah, and I like this check a lot, to go for the check raise, or even occasionally the check call, perhaps a little connected. And Kowalski can't help themselves. Is going to bet here. Try and pick up the pot. Try and fold out some ace-9 off, or king-queen off potentially. But I think against the chip leader, it's unlikely you're going to get immediate folds, and no backdoor flush draw. I don't love this. Going to get punished by the check raise. I think this kind of strategy works pretty well against weaker players, but not so much against stronger professionals, who, you know, which seems like it might be an apt description of Sexy Muck.
Ten-7 suited for Fabiano Kowalski.
Yeah, and this is nice. I think this lineup, wow.
Wow.
Wow. Cohen
What is
8.
it with 10-4 today? What is going on?
Look at that. Cohen 8. I know Cohen 8 is watching the broadcast, and they've had enough. They've said, Kowalski won. You're not opening this wide, not on my watch. Like, that's unbelievable jam, by the way. Snap did it as well.
Cohen 8
snapped.
Also, not just watching the broadcast and thinking Kowalski's at it, but also was watching the broadcast when we saw Ben Mamar get a little bit out of line with 10-4, and it's like, it's hand of the day.
A 10-4 off, hand of the day. Incred. Shove the 10-4 off and then just flat fives. Why not?
Well,
Yeah,
Leonard Song could be in trouble here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the ace-king element means that, you know, everyone that isn't the pre-flop raiser has to be a little bit more careful. Wow, look at this, just half pot. Let's go big. And Leonard Song, I mean, you should probably just fold here. Because, I mean, what is this hand? I mean, it's just not very hard to bluff on ace-king 8, no flush draw. And Mike 3 in 21, we presume just determined to go all the way. And Leonard Song going to be faced with an immediate decision. But, like, what's the bluff now? They need to bluff with, like, an 8x or queen jack. I would love to see Leonard Song find a fold here. Obviously, there are some chops if they chop opportunities, if they do call. But, I mean, it's just very likely that Mike 3 in 21 has got... No.
Leonard. And down to 500k, just shy of 500k, and the blinds are going up to 100, 200 in 4 minutes.
Yeah, and we've got another potential confrontation. Obviously, Limited Dennis has played quite conservatively, so who knows what will happen. But in general, nines, ace, king, these positions, these stack sizes may well go in. Sexy Muck with the decision. Generally, you just want to shove the ace, king here. With the
and does
go,
and Limited Dennis calls it off. Huge flip, 9 million in the middle, king high flop, And that will see the elimination of Limited Dennis, and Sexy Muck now playing close to 17 million. Huge chip leader now.
Yeah, yeah. And you got a feel for Limited Dennis. Things didn't really go their way. Bluffed a few times, put in difficult spots, and then losing a big old flip to the chip leader, who potentially could have shoved worse in that exact spot. So very, very unlucky out, and we're down to 19.
9-5 against 10-6. Leonard Song is going to get a small double up there. Now has $1 million.
Yeah, and we'll just walk Kowalski one. I think that is the correct play. Very disciplined. Gives you 4 hands to try and find something better to shove before the big blind.
Yeah.
And Mike 3 and 21, I think just jam is the play here with the off-suited aces. Wow. Doesn't. Checks back. Deceptively strong hand. And Kowalski's going to feel like this is their board. You know, they just have the stronger range. No, mates. Wow.
And that is going to take us to the second break of the day. We are down to 19 players, so we're still at 3 tables. We're at the final 2 tables with the next elimination. And right now it is Sexy Muck from Hungary who leads the pack with 16.3 million. First place price tonight of $108,490. The players currently guaranteed $2,880, and this is only a 5-minute break. We will then return to the action, and I can promise you that within the next hour and a bit, we will have information about that free roll tonight, awarding tickets to the Sunday Million Anniversary. As we bring Joe Stapleton back into the mix, I guess we should highlight the sheer volume of streaming we've got coming up. And look, it has been a while, so we are getting a little bit overexcited about this, and there are always asterisks against anything that we plan or announce. But as I said earlier on, I've got a relatively good feeling about how things are looking coming into the month of March. So Joe, we're continuing to do these streams on a Monday night, building up to that Sunday Million Anniversary. We then go to Prague. We've got 5 days of live streaming from the first EPT we will have attended since the last Prague, which was in December of 2019. So that is from the 12th to the 16th of March. And then it's a bit like London buses. You've waited for forever, and then 2 are going to come along at once, because 1 week later, we've then got 4 days of live streaming from EPT Sochi. Now, Sam, I know you're going to be with us in Prague. Are you planning to play Sochi as well, or are you going to sit that one out?
No, I'm not. I'm not planning to play it. I actually hadn't really considered that it was both so close in time frame and so near. In general, I'm trying to spend a bit of time in London. And, you know, I'm furnishing this house and blah, blah, blah. But I'm not completely against it. Maybe if I spin it up and I'm an EPT champion, I'll just want to go back to back and I'll hop on a train over to Sochi. Could be absolutely class.
Well, exactly. Exactly. Well, I can tell you with some certainty that we are going to be streaming the last 4 days of the Sochi main event. And in between, sandwiched in the middle, is a huge event, which is the Sunday Million Anniversary. So all within the space of a near enough 10-day period, you've got 5 days of Prague, a day of the Sunday Million Anniversary, which is going to be on a Tuesday because it's a 3-day event. So we'll stream the final day, probably be the last 100 players playing down to a winner. That'll be on the Tuesday. And then you've got 4 days of action from EPT Sochi. So it's almost like the perfect mix, Joe. Live poker back at last, plus a big online event in the middle. Again, kind of still doing what we've been able to do in the last 2 years, which is to do cards up coverage of major online poker as well.
I have some fairly decent anxiety over all of this, right? It's been like 2 years of anticipation. When are we going to be back? When are we going to be doing things? Oh, we've got a lot of time. It's going to be months. It's going to be years. And now it's days away, pretty much. I mean, we're almost at the end of February right now. I'm just like, am I ready for this? I have to be, but I am a little bit freaking out.
Look, it's not just cobwebs in the brain and mouths of the commentators, guys. Bear in mind that technically we haven't pulled this off for a few years. So let me take you behind the scenes. And we did actually run some technical rehearsals a couple of weeks ago just to make sure that all the kit's working, etc., etc. And Joe, Nick Walsh and I had to basically do some kind of fake commentary over the last stream we did. It was footage from Prague in 2019. And it was really weird experience. I guess we're not completely out of the loop because when we did those EPT and PokerStars retro streams, we were providing commentary over live poker. So it's not completely alien, but it was weird to have time and be like, oh, action's on this player and actually we're going to be here a while and we can actually talk through the thought process. It's not click, bet, boom, raise, flop, turn, river, done. It has that kind of slower pace that allows you to gather your thoughts a bit more. But yeah, it was kind of like getting back into the swing of things again. So it's going to be an interesting experience, and I'm sure you guys are going to join us for it because I'm sure you're as keen for new live poker as much as we are. Prague, followed by the Sunday Million anniversary, followed by Sochi, all coming up in the month of March. And as I said, if you want to play that Sunday Million anniversary, you can register directly right now. It's been in the client for some time. However, there is going to be a free roll pretty soon. And when the time comes, we'll give you the pertinent details, including the all-important password. Right, I think it's my turn to take a break. Not going to do the hot dogs, but I will sit back for a bit and leave you in the company of Joe and Sam, who will guide you through the action as the Sunday Million players return from break.
Adios, James. Enjoy your break. Uncle Daddy, Joe Stapleton, and Uncle Sam Grafton coming at you live from the late stages of the 109 Sunday Million. 19 players remaining.
Yeah, and Cohen 8, by the way, just before you came back, reshoved on Kowalski with 10-4 off. Kowalski opened the cutoff, and Cohen was just like, nah, I'm all in, mate. 10-4 off. Incredible play. You must be excited about live poker coming back, Joe, because it gives you an opportunity to mock people's haircuts and their clothes.
Correct.
Rather than just me and James and the occasional avatar.
Correct. That's exactly it. You know me all too well that I do like to mock people for choices that they make. Your hair is a choice. Your clothing is a choice. I wouldn't mock someone for having like a lazy eye or something, but those things, they're totally fair game. And yes, I'm excited for a little bit of emotion, right? Being able to see people's emotions, being able to see people react to things in the moment, that we get to react to those things. All should make for a little bit more robust commentary. And I'm looking forward to doing commentary and hearing Sam Grafton analysis that only takes the length of one hand. Because there aren't like 9 more hands that have taken place by the time Sam's gotten all of his thoughts out.
Yeah, we've learned to speak really quickly, and what will they do on the turn and blah, 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 blah. Whereas we'll have to go back to speaking at a very leisurely pace again. Much more in tune with the rhythms and flows of live poker.
I just want to address this comment from Haggis McTavish. She says, I guess Joe has never seen a mirror, lol. Actually, I have seen a mirror. Thank you for your comment and your band.
So Leonard Song with ace-10 off, going to be comfortably in front here.
Oh. Comfortably in front, does in fact catch top pair on the turn. Double up again for Leonard Song.
Yeah, and I guess Sexy Muck, the overall chip leader, worth pointing out to you, Joe, if you haven't been following, like 15 million chips here with 19 left in the Sunday Million is really, really dream stuff, of course. Boar also battling, opening a lot and with a lot of chips, but 15 million is what dreams are made of, really.
Yeah,
How's things?
A lot of fun opens happening. Fun open, fun defend. Pair of sixes for Boar. Yes, Sam.
How has your time been? How's LA been? How is the life of a stand-up comedian? Things are good.
Things are okay. It's slow for me getting back to stand-up comedy because it just sort of knocked everyone down the ladder a bunch of rungs, and I was never that high to begin with. So
I didn't know there were. I didn't know there were 3 rungs under you, Joe. Doesn't that take you right off the ladder?
Yeah, no, I'm completely back on the ground. Yeah.
No, I don't mean to be mean. I know that's not the case, but look at this from Leonard, realizing how wide Sexy Muck is opening as the chip leader, and just puts in the ace deuce of clubs. Very bold play, but going to work out for them on this instance.
Leonard's song making a little tiny comeback.
Is it tough as a stand-up comedian to make jokes about anything other than COVID? Do you feel like the COVID material is swamping the...
I address it at the top usually, and it's the elephant in the room. It's on all of our minds, and I do like a couple jokes up top about it generally. And then also, you don't want to divide the room. So depending on what jokes you make about COVID, I make sure that I make jokes that you can laugh at no matter what for some reason, a disease became political. So I make sure that the jokes I make are things we can all relate to, and then I move on because I think people have heard enough about it also. I think people want to know that you've written some new stuff and that you have a little bit of material that isn't from 4 years ago. And I just lead in with current events and then hang out and do some more Universal stuff after that. Yeah. Thanks for asking, though, Sam. Sam's been out to see me a bunch of times, actually.
Yeah, obviously, I'll joke, but Joe is absolutely top drawer. You should check him out whenever he's near you, whenever you get the chance, for sure.
Thank you. I actually have a show this coming Friday in North Hollywood, California, if anybody's around.
Love that. And as we've said, he's healing the political divide through comedy. Something for everyone. Look, amazing.
I don't get too political. I will say though that the last show I did, I took a meeting beforehand with 2 guys that threw an absolute fit that they were asked for vaccine cards to go into the restaurant, and I told them, I was like, fellas, if you're planning on coming to my show afterward, you need one for the venue also. So they sat there on their phones making fake vaccine cards during the dinner, and I was wildly uncomfortable with this. And then I realized that I have a bunch of material at the top of my show about fake vaccine cards because I didn't realize it. I was like, if you're here, you... Anyway, it was a very awkward show, and I got way too drunk because I was so uncomfortable.
That's super funny that they did it. Is there an app for it now? Like you could download the app and it gives you all the raw materials for your thing. I mean,
I think so.
Yeah.
Like a meme maker.
Sure. Well, it's a shame they didn't just get a pen off the waitress and do it on a napkin. That would have been impressive to see. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like they just like Picasso just knocking off a thing. Yeah, that's sad to hear that they're doing that though.
Whatever. We don't have to get into the whole thing, but that was just one uncomfortable. So I ended up chopping a bunch of material out of the top of my set because those guys did end up in the audience.
So what you're saying also is you took a meeting with them because they were, they're people that you want to work with in the future or whatever. They're like to do with.
After their behavior at the restaurant, it kind of became pretty clear we were not going to work together. But I still was polite.
One person we should point out who's come to the table is Nildon, who is actually someone I know pretty well, Milan. He lives in Prague, I believe. He's a Czech, long-time Czech player, and 14 million sort of neck and neck with Sexy Muck at the top of the charts. Very, very experienced, mid-stakes, I would say, plays EPTs and the like, but sort of mid-stakes player. Will be very, very strong in this field with 18 left, and someone definitely to keep an eye on.
Cool. Great. That's why we got Sam Grafton, everybody. Sorely missed here in the booth. Wow, and another just attack from Leonard's song, just going after Sexy Muck time and again.
Yeah, and this is a very underrated skill in poker, sort of one we associate with live players a lot, right? Knowing what players, that's a very, very comfortable jam against the chip leader who's going to be pushing the action. And then there's another type of player where maybe you want to shy away from it, shove a little bit less wide. Obviously, we spoke about Cohen 8, recognizing that Kowalski 1 is employing somewhat of a loose strategy and adjusting their ranges, perhaps over-adjusting their ranges accordingly. So, interesting to see that.
Sam, we're down to 18 players, which means the final 2 tables. We're about to go to split screen. Do you want to handle the left side of the screen or the right side of the screen? It's a new tradition here.
I'll go right.
Okay. Action's folded around to ace 8 of hearts, and the small blind completes. We've got a raise here. Go ahead, Sam, go.
Well, Cohen 8 is
top pair for unknown player. Yep, that's exactly how it's supposed to go. You're good. Yep.
I mean, this would be very loose from
unknown
Kowalski.
player is looking to maybe make a bet here with top pair on the flop.
And Valak 913, who we saw right at the top of the show, certainly someone that has come to battle, ran a very
unknown player
big
checking
bluff.
over to Furs Merlot.
And elects to lead for one big blind on this Queen 9-5 texture with the backup of the spade. And everyone has a piece. Mike with bottom pair. And only aids really Milan in the big blind, who picks up a gut shot to go with the 6. Jack 10 going to be a little bit of a concern to everyone. Not these are quite wide ranges. Everyone's playing in light position, but a very, very obvious draw coming in. And Valak 913, I wonder, can't value bet. I was going to say perhaps they could have gone for the value bet there, but the pot may be big enough at this point. And
very happy to get a showdown there.
Yeah,
everyone
absolutely.
is probably.
Yeah.
Sam, I want to talk to you about your life for a little bit. I'm curious what life was like for you in Brazil. Other than playing poker, you're a guy that I think part of the reason why we're such good friends is that you like to go out and do other things besides play poker and enjoy bars and restaurants and reading in interesting places. What was your life like?
Yeah, it was great. It was really nice. I mean, there's so much to see and do in Brazil. Obviously, something, I was aware of in some part of, I had some sense of how vast Brazil is, but, I didn't get to cover as much as I would have loved. But I did go to Minas, which is another state. Went to an amazing art gallery there. There's an open air art gallery across many, many acres where you sort of meander through forests and around lakes. And then every now and again, there's a building all designed by different architects. And they hand that building over to different artists called Inhochim. And you go in and then there's many sort of installations. And Cohen 8, by the way, with a decision with King 9 of hearts, decides to fold. So that was a big highlight. I went to Campo Grande. And I went out to the Pantanal, to the wetlands near the Paraguayan border, and stayed at my girlfriend's farm there. Saw wild horses and a lot of nature.
What was it like staying on the farm? Was that comfortable for you? Uncomfortable?
Yeah, I loved it. Actually, her dad's a big cattle farmer, and I had to be like, I'm not going to be eating. I'll have an omelet.
So he's like, He's one of the more successful farmers. Not the way we picture like a guy out in the field with like an ox.
No, he's got a lot.
Yeah,
he's got a lot of farms. Yeah, a big expansive farmland. So yeah, but to see that landscape and that world was really, really amazing. Beautiful thing. And obviously, I spent a lot of time in Rio. Made really, really good friends there as well. I wish I could have stayed longer. Basically, still had the flat for quite a while, but elected to go to the World Series. I hadn't played live poker for such a long time that I didn't feel I could really miss the World Series, and so went there. And obviously, Corey, one of my very best friends, and to see him win was top 5 poker experiences I've ever had. To see a mate sort of live out the poker dream was brilliant as well. So I wouldn't have missed that for the world. So that was really good. And then came back to the UK at the end of the World Series.
Oh, so you've been back for a little while. Okay.
Yeah.
And you brought your girlfriend with you.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
That's very cool. I was afraid that you might be heartbroken or have had some kind of crazy breakup, or her father chased you around the farm with an axe or something. And...
Sure. Yeah, he did chase me, but I'm pretty fast. I'm pretty nimble. So.
What was the grossest thing you saw on the farm?
No, but I didn't really. I mean, so the farm that I mainly spent the time is sort of like the family part of the farm. So they've got all their horses that they ride. And
like you were in like the ranch part, away from all the beheadings and the draining of the blood and the.
Yeah, of course. I think even as a meat eater, you don't need to be. I'm sure they're killed reasonably ethically in the comments, but it's not like they've got a factory farm anyway. It's that I did see the cattle, but I had no desire to see that. No.
You didn't want to see how it works. All right, guys, let's pick up the. Thank you, Sam. Thanks for the update. I was genuinely curious for myself. Actually, I'm going to fold it here to my. Yes, sir.
They say you don't want to go into the sausage factory or whatever. Is that the phrase?
You don't want to see how the sausage is made. That's correct.
There you go. That's it. So a little lineup
speaking of
here.
Sausages.
Boar on the floor, yeah, because Kowalski with 8. And if Sexy Muck tries to goes for the 3-bet, and now it's a more complex proposition for Kowalski. This puts it right on the edge now, with diminished fold equity and potentially up against a stronger range, a flat, and Kowalski would have been all in a heartbeat. 8's very, very close at this delicate time of the tournament. And now what does Sexy Muck do? Only 15 big blinds that Kowalski's got all in for. And I think maybe, it's very close. Obviously, if Sexy Muck knew what Kowalski's hand was, they would definitely call.
We are flipping. Kowalski, the favorite to double up and survive. Yes, indeed. A dangerous player to have chips up to 7.2 million now.
Yeah, and I mean, another interesting potential confrontation here, and that's a big swing because that's between two very, very strong established pros left in this field. If Sexy Muck has 20 million and 100 big blinds with 15 left, they're really going to be able to bulldoze this table and would have eliminated a fierce competitor. And now Kowalski back in the hunt, and with the ace-jack suited, very close between flat and 3-bet here. Oh, and,
3-bet. All in. My Last Hero calling it off. Is looking pretty good. Yes, does fade the Broadway draw. Double up. My Last Hero. Kowalski right back down to where he was moments ago. We have got action on the other table. Vok Minog with Ace King.
Wow.
2.5, 2.2xing. 2.1.
Oh, yeah, and still takes a flop with Jack 5 suited. Flopping best. Backdoor flush draw to go with it.
We'll see about there. Stationed by the pair of 5s. Queen on the turn is going to make those 5s look a little bit better, I think.
Yeah, and may slow Vos Minog down a little bit from bluffing as well, as it sort of locks in a hand Hoitu can comfortably cool down with. I wonder, maybe one big blind on the...
so mad. Look at that. You must be so mad right now. How you full queen deuce here?
Yeah, and there are some missed draws here, by the way. 6-8, 8-9, 6-4. And
no call from
Ace King.
Cool. And we have got clangers for Jay Savage. Nobody wants to see how the Savage is made.
That's why they pay you the big bucks, mate. There you go.
That's why they pay me the medium bucks. I'll just say this. I can afford all the sausages I want.
So aces, I think you would flat here. Kings is a lot closer. It does decide to flat. No hands likely to squeeze behind, but gets heads up, and this is perfect, really. With Lo-Fi just catching a very little piece. And Savage, obviously with the king of diamonds, you may even be able to just check this back, right? And hope that your opponent decides to put out a little tickler bet. And I don't know whether low fight can... Wow.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Low fi is about to be low flow. Savage
So
very
hard.
Likely.
Yeah,
to get
so hard
all
to
of this.
imagine your beat here. I mean, really, this
You
is
just
just
got
dream
flatted.
stuff.
Pre-flop. You're up against King Queen.
Yeah,
I guess you could be up against King Jack, but you're blocking that obviously pretty hard.
yeah. I mean, just King Jack of Hearts, right? The only suited one. Yeah.
And there is the full double up for Jay Savage. Lo-Fi Dream, who was living the dream for quite a while, started off super short today, doubled up, kept those chips, but just gave them back to Jay Savage. Sexy Muck opening ace-king off here. Big slick energy. And the Grafton for Valak, 9-10 suited.
Love that. Valak,
If you had to choose,
strongly approve.
if you had to
Valak.
choose a
Nice one.
suit for the Grafton hand, could you do it, or are they all the Grafton?
Blue is top.
The super Grafton?
Blue,
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
blues make more flushes. Yeah. Nice spot for ball.
super Grafton.
Able to just flick it in here and try it and spike a set. There
Oh.
we go. That's why.
Boy.
Ring.
Oh, boy. So we've got the flop flush for Valak, the nut flush draw for Sexy Muck, and to be fair, a street flash draw for Moore.
Oh. Optimistic use of street flash there, but still. I mean, they could all make a street flash. And Valak
We
with...
got the 8 of diamonds folded, but
And you know what? So Boar may call, and now Sexy Muck might unleash the check raise here. A lot of the flushes that get flatted will be, ace-high ones, and you obviously have outs against any holding, and Sexy Muck might apply pressure now. Wow.
does
And it's
indeed.
a big old sizing.
So what do you do here, Sam? Because obviously you're going to get a lot of folds. You just flat, but then another diamond is very bad. 7 of diamonds on the turn. The 8 of diamonds has been folded, so there is no street flash redraw for 9, 10 of diamonds.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate turn card for Valak. I
Puke.
mean, what?
Puke. Oh, the street flash came in. They're running 7 of diamonds, 4 of diamonds, came in 6 of diamonds, folded the straight flush. Unbelievable. Run it again. Run it again. You think I was being optimistic? You think I was being optimistic, Sam?
What? How did that come about, by the way, that you thought
Perfect. That's incredible. I can't even believe that just happened. I mean, it sucks the guy folded. It's a little anticlimactic, but...
Yeah, and I think with the 10 high flush, you are supposed to call a bit more when you've got 2 diamonds, but I think we just got to let this go, right?
We're losing to a lot of flushes here.
So unlikely that Sexy Muck check raised a set and then continued in this manner.
What a wild run out. I know there's no way. Yeah, you got to sit out. Just take a second. Just breathe. Just ground yourself. I cannot believe that came perfect.
Wow.
Too bad.
Yeah.
The 6 of diamonds obviously can't stick around there, but oh man.
Yeah, Nilton passing the ace-jack off here instantaneously, I'm a little bit surprised at. Obviously, there is some ICM. We tend to just think of ICM as just final tables. Of course, there are pay jumps, and, we're going to get to the real big... You want to be at that final table to take advantage of the big pay jumps. But little bit surprised Milan passed so quickly there.
Let's
and
see
just
how loosey-goosey Leonard is. Nope.
Yeah. Obviously, I know most of our regular viewers are aware of this. It's sort of stating the obvious, but this is a lot of pressure. I've been in this spot with a couple of tables left in the Sunday Million before. 10,000 people is a lot to go through, right, to get here. And you know, you really don't want to make a mistake just as you're approaching the really big money and the really big pay jumps. You know, either as a professional where the top prize can make or break your year, or, you know, as an amateur who's spinning up and, you know, the 40,000, the 70,000 all can be very valuable. And Kowalski,
well,
I think we'll
kind of telegraphs the all-in.
I think we'll see Mike fold here. Just their approach to the throwables. Is that strength or is that weakness with the throwable?
It's hard to say. It's almost never weakness, right? It's never like 5-6 offsuit and then a bunch of throwables. Not from Kowalski, at least.
Yeah, and I think that Mike's going to want... Mike's played very solid, and Kowalski's probably watching... Oh, my God.
Called it off. Set of 10s on the flop is lights out on the turn. That's a double up for Kowalski, who gets the needle set of 7s on the river.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it is only like 14 big blinds or something like that. But it's just the nature of this spot in the tournament and Mike's image, the way Mike's approached this final, not going to be a light shove, I don't believe.
Cohen shoving queen jack suited. Mike with an ace in the big blind makes the call with ace high. Hits a pair of 3s. Is going to need to improve on the river. Does not. Tragic loss for Mike. 3 in 2-1 out in 16th.
Yeah. Such a deep
4K,
run.
though.
16th place. Yeah. 4K is for sure substantial from a 109 buy-in, but obviously would have aspired to more. Wow. Leonard's song all in. And Bohr has been opening wide. I understand why they've taken the spot, but going to be very much dominated by the ace-queen off. Action. Real things. Oh.
Jack high flop. Leonard's song going to keep on singing. Double up.
Yeah, and Leonard's song was actually down to 3 or 4 big blinds. Called off against Mike with ace-7 against ace-jack on an ace-king-8 board and was left very, very short and has spun all the way back up to 20 big blinds. And a lot of potential for collisions here. Cohen 8 been very aggro against Kowalski's opens and might not recognize the strength of Valek's flat. Gonna want to get called by Kowalski here if they rejam. Wow.
Just a flat and does flop a gut shot set of 7s. It is always coming for Valek.
Yeah, really amazing spot because if Cohen had shoved, I believe Kowalski would have reshoved and Valek wouldn't have even been in here. As it is, Valek has nailed this flop. Cohen with a gut shot. And Kowalski's been very... What is that?
Oh, Kowalski just shoves for 3x pot.
What? No.
Misclick? Your face is saying misclick to me, Sam.
No. 2x pot. I mean,
okay.
I think they're just saying, I've got spades, I've got outs. You can get called by ace-8 spades, I guess, but it seems strange
Kowalski
to me.
dead on the turn. Double up for Valek.
I mean, it's hard for Valek to call off there, right? But, I mean, it seems a little crude to me to take that spot in that manner. Wow.
Action folding around to Valek, who's got 8.7 million now. That is good for 4th on the leaderboard. Ace deuce for Nilden. Going to try to take a flop in position with a suited ace, but Cohen is very unlikely to let this happen.
Yeah, really nice spot for Cohen. 1.4 million out there. Over half Cohen's stack to be picked up. And
Tagana asking, who's currently chip leader? That would be the player in first place. Thank you for your question.
And two strong holdings here. Going to really be going to depend if my last hero comes in for a raise. Does so, and it's going to allow Boar to 3-bet or shove. Obviously, ace-10 is very strong with only one player to act behind you. And the shove actually makes ace-10 seem stronger, looks weaker, and I don't think that ace-10 can fold. We can see, obviously, that they are way behind. This would be an extraordinary fold. Wow.
Extraordinary.
Yeah, and let's give my last hero credit. Playing results, maybe played a bit with Boar up to this point, gets away from their hand and to cling on and to keep that 30 big blind stack that is worth so much deep in the tournament. I wouldn't have played the hand like that myself, but folded against an absolutely dominating holding and continues with the big stack. Well, I mean, they're going to have to do it again. Dodging bullets everywhere, my last hero.
Pocket kings here for Nilden. Cohen. Ace 4 suited. My last hero with the 10s.
And for chips, you can just 3-bet this and get it in. Oh, wow. I was going to say you might want to flat
that is
3-bet
getting in.
But, yeah.
Domination situation. And no 10 on the river. My last hero has committed their last chips.
Ow. Wow, look at this. Action replay. And this is an amazing situation. Your chip leader with 14 players left. You get kings back to back. And players have, there's a 10 folded behind potentially. Goes for the big sizing 3-bet.
This is weird. This has been a spooky day of poker, my babies.
I mean, this is just remarkable for a chip leader who should be opening wide off this big stack. And unless the one outer comes, Milan is going to find himself with a monstrous stack here as we approach the final table. I mean, this 2 million as well is so committing that I think you just want to put it in. And look at this, Boar will call off.
Once again, King's the heavy favorite. In back-to-back hands, Nilden eliminates pocket 10s with Kings. We're down to 13 players. Now Nilden's got 10s.
I mean, it's absolute. I mean, card distribution, it's just a big thing. It's unbelievable to pick up. Now you're playing a really high stakes tournament and you just pick up these amazing hands. Incredible.
26 million chips for Nilden, far and away the chip leader.
Wow!
Kings again? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? What is happening?
That's absurd.
What is going on? Dealer, give that deck a wash, will ya?
Sure. And Cohen 8 has a hand that you do have to...
Could easily shove. Oh, well, maybe not over the limp, but...
Maybe a raise here is how you want to go as Nilden. I mean, you do induce shoves from every ace-X, that's for sure. And Cohen, Queen Jack right on the cusp. I would check it, I think, is the play. But, yeah.
But a top pair is bad. You don't want to hit a pair. You want to miss this board. Unless you make a 9 now.
And it's worth pointing out, Cohen has 2 overcards, a gut shot, and a club in hand. Nilden picking a big sizing, obviously because of their actual holding. And Cohen going to have to certainly take a turn here. This is one of the difficult things about Kings. This board getting more and more coordinated. 9-6, Jack 9, 8-7. Obviously, you're against a very wide range of hands. And Cohen 8 will start bluffing. And I think this sizing... Well, I was... Check, Nilden. Come on, check, Milan. Don't Don't lead here, mate.
Nilden can maybe
considering
just put Cohen
a
all
lead.
in.
Yeah, considering
half,
a lead.
A little less than half pot.
Yeah, I don't think this is really a thing. This is just King specifically wants to do this. Doesn't think Cohen has enough bluffs. And obviously, it's kind of understand. Wow.
Well, there is a bluff. Queen high, all in. Just 1.4 million more to call.
Whoa. And Nilden's confused now, right? Nilden feels like, well, maybe they did have a deuce X. That they have every deuce. Would they have bet the turn with a deuce? What would their bluff be?
Don't they have a lot of two?
Oh my
Kings
day.
fold.
Oh my day.
Cohen gets away with a not a lot of equity bluff there. Like, I'm sorry, not a lot of fold equity with that river raise. Nilsson, yeah, there's lots of two pairs. There's lots of, well, there's better two pairs, I guess, with the kings and deuces. But yeah, there's some straights out there.
Yeah, and that's amazing hand. Let's just concentrate on Cohen 8. I don't know who they are, but I've seen them re-jam 10-4 off from the big blind out of nowhere and now pull off one of the most insane bluffs I've ever seen. And I actually, I can say this because my man's a friend. Nilden's got punished there for sort of taking a line, betting the river when they can't have a straight.
Kings again! Nilden has kings for the fourth time in 6 hands. And ace king suited for Leonard's song. Now, we know that kings would have held all 3 times thus far. What is going on? Leonard's song with ace king suited. Cohen claiming to have had the nuts on that river raise. We know that's a big fat lie.
This is why
clubs.
I mean, yeah, clubs folded. No aces folded. This is going to be another big moment here.
Valak about to ditch the jack-9. Nilden going to call it off. I don't think there's any way kings could be good 4 times in a row. Let's see what happens. 1 club on the flop. And kings are good again. There goes Leonard's song, the swan song for Leonard's song. Ace-king suited, succumbing to pocket kings. Nilden back over 30 million now after having kings. Let me repeat that. 4 times in 5 hands, I think. I think there was 1 hand Nilden had the 10s.
Yeah, that's right.
It was kings, kings, 10s, kings, kings.
Wow. That's crazy.
Oh, we got, all right, like you, always kings, unreal.
And I feel quite a lot there for Leonard's song. I think with the 10s that people had, there was some chance they could have flat. That ace king of clubs has to always go all in there and will be very, very often good. So very, very unlucky there for Leonard, who goes out with just a few players left till the final.
Sam, I've played like 5 or 6 live tournaments in the last couple of months, and I've gotten kings 0 times.
Sure. Yes. Absolutely, yeah. I mean, also to have someone to give you action. Valak with this little blocking bet. Don't really like this. And I think that Milan can even raise here versus the small bet. I guess you just take your equity.
Wait, is that true? It was kings, kings, 10s, kings, 9-4, kings, kings? No, that's too many. All in here from Firmers Murillo.
To be honest, I've not seen something like that. I can't think when I've seen something like that. Certainly not very often. I mean, I've barely seen kings 4 times in a row in a stream or broadcast or showdown, let alone at such a crucial moment in a tournament. And
yeah.
28 million chips. I mean, that's just an absurd stack.
That is twice as many as the second place leaderboard holder. Why did I talk myself into that word corner? Sexy Muck is in second place with 14 million, 28 million for Nilden.
Incredible.
And also, I'm a little concerned. It's been 2 hands since we've seen kings. Some hands here. King 9 on the button. Usually good enough for a poke.
Cohen could be tempted to shove here. It's not completely outrageous. Obviously, slightly diminished ante because we're five-handed. Just open folds, which I'm kind of surprised by. And that's going to mean these two will clash. Queen 10 of clubs, a slam dunk shove.
And it's Domination Nation. Queen Eye flop. No help with the suits. And Kowalski is going to hold up there. Double up for Kowalski and Firmers Murillo on life support. Pocket 3 is going to be going in here.
Yeah,
for two
amazing.
And a bit big blinds.
If Cohen 8 had shoved there, Kowalski would be out as well. Amazing the way these things work out. One, butterfly effect or whatever it might be. One person folds or another player raises and it changes everything.
I think even more incredible than those kings happening 4 times in 5 hands is that all of them would have been good at showdown.
Yeah.
Well, we've got Queen 6 coming along and does hit a 6. Not going to be good enough to beat the 2 7s of Nilden.
Yeah, and a set for the all-in player as well, which is...
Ooh, sorry, yeah.
Encouraging for them. What is that?
Yikes. Okay. Ryder Rock deciding to jam with a pair of 6s, but it's a spade flush for Nilden, who cannot miss today. Eliminates 2 players, and we are hand for hand now. We're on the final table bubble. Nilden, $31.5 million.
An absolute wrecking ball. I mean, if this was a bounty,
what is happening?
Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable.
This is some run good, unlike I have seen in a long time.
Yeah, and Nilden gonna raise it up here, I would imagine, with the junkie 8-3 off. So the hands you want to kind of punish your opponents with, who are trying to sneak in there. Valak been very sticky and combative. Nothing you could do with the 9 and 7 though. And Hoitu must be like, I don't know, Squid Game or arriving at the, you're like kind of not wanting to be thrown to the lands, arriving on Nilden's, don't deal me 10s,
Hoitu taking the role of the red shirt ensign here on Star Trek, being beamed down to the alien planet with Kirk and Spock. No shot, buddy.
Yeah, and Nilden might come in for a raise here. Gonna not work out on this occasion. Ooh, I was about to say, it's really great, I think, against a chip leader to just flat these queens. They're so, you've got so many junky hands in that raising range that you just want to keep in. But Cohen, I understand, it's a big pressure spot, and, you can just feel that relief of putting it in. You can get called by worse. But I think taking your time there with 2 tables left and considering just how wide Nilden might be raising is an important thing to do.
Ooh, baby, we got snowmen's. We got ace-king.
No.
Yeah, and obviously Kowalski held with the ace-queen versus queen-10, won with 8s versus queen-jack. Now going to face another flip in all likelihood. 8s on the hijack. It's not exciting, by the way. Last time Kowalski did this, he did have 10s, it was versus earlier position. Calls off.
Ace on the turn. Another double up for Kowalski. Goonies never say die. Switching. Ooh, 2 pair against a flop straight. What a time to come over here. Jay Savage and Vokmanog.
Vokmanog. Yeah, and a little bit weird for Savage. Should recognize that 8-7, 2 pair is just not the nuts on this board by any stretch of the imagination. Maybe go to just folds, and I don't blame them for that.
Wow.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Also, when your opponent puts in that raise size, they're saying they've got a straight. And even if they don't, if they continue to apply pressure, really tough to cool down. Probably want a hand that can improve. So lets it go. Nice fold from Savage.
Great fold. Really? Oh, man. Is we know it's a great fold, Sam. Is it bad to get it in there with two pair, being like, okay, maybe I'm behind, but I have outs to a full house?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a set is a lot more powerful, has a lot more outs.
Okay. All right, sure.
You know, and bottom two pair, you can just let it go. Especially also with on the final table bubble with the ICM, you become a little bit indifferent. You have to be a bit less stubborn. Is just one way to put it.
Okay.
You know?
For some of us, flopping two pair is like maybe the strongest hand I ever make in a tournament. It's really hard to get away from for me. So I'm trying to. It would be great if I were capable of making a fold like that.
Well, I think when you go through 10,000 players, it becomes a little bit easier. You realize the enormity of the pressure yourself, and you also can look at your opponent, even a virtual opponent, and think, are they likely to come after me at this moment in the tournament? It's a little less likely.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, and you're just, you know, you have Jack 10.
Sexy muck. Pocket threes. Re-raise from Big Slick Energy. Vokmanog. And Ace-Jack immediately gets out of the way. Well done there. Pretty easy to just flick it in there and get it in dominated. So nice pre-flop fold there. Threes also fold. What's up, Alex? Good to see you. Thanks for saying hi. Alex tracked me down after the awards on Friday at Aria. Came to say hello. What's up, Spammy? Jack on the turn and a heart draw now for Nilden.
Yeah, also snap check. Maybe that's fine in these exact positions. And now Nilden will go for value, you imagine. And Kowalski will just worry about the queen tens and 10-9s with a heart, 10-9 of clubs, queen 9 of clubs, queen 9 with a heart. Those are where the bluff's coming from. You don't really interfere with those, and you do have a heart yourself, and that's just giving Kowalski pause. And gets sticky.
Gets paid. Nilden does. That is. Continues stacking chips. 33.5 million now, and Kowalski right around the 25 big blind mark.
Right back on the horse and
10.
opening again, And I think this is a hand Cohen 8 should call. You never know with Cohen 8. But quite sporadic is mean. Just has a different approach to myself, so I'm not confident about how they'll proceed. Does elect to call.
Top pair versus second pair.
Yeah, a little bit of a hand-over-hand situation.
$450,000, the continuation bet. Oh, Cohen, you're right. Cohen capable of anything here. I think we're unlikely to see a fold. There we go. We do see a call. Queen on the turn, so we've got straight draws now.
Yeah, very connected card. Kowalski going to be worried about queen 8s, queen 10s, 10-8s and the like. Going to be happy to check behind with the straight draw.
9, 10, jack. That's a straight for Kowalski.
Yeah.
And this is a pretty, you can be pretty confident in folding here, right? Once Kowalski bets.
Yeah, I mean, Cohen could only consider check raising if you had a king of diamonds, let's say. Very unlikely that, you know, they just connect so well with that board. And Nilden with such a big chip lead, one would imagine going to even be able to open the 6-7 off here, despite the short stacks. Just people have to play that much more tighter reshoving, that much more tighter defending when they're against the covering stack. And just call here, I imagine.
Here.
Is the wow.
Nines are shoving. Jay Savage unlikely to call it off with ace-4.
Yeah, yeah. Very tough spot for Sexy Muck with the nines. Quite high variance to shove there with nines, exactly. Guess the blinds were just about to go up. Makes it a little less bad. Oh.
King Queen versus ace-8 all in. Queen on the flop for Vokmanog. 8 on the turn. No additional improvement for Matt's Bjorn, who is now Matt's Died. Final table is set. There you are, your final 9 players.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of all these guys, right? A lot of players, you know, Savage and Valak, who's now tanking, who have shown a willingness to battle. Obviously, headline names would be Kowalski 1, 2-time WCOOP champion, who's had a very swingy up and down run to this final table. Big stack, short stack, and everything in between. Sexy Muck also seems to be a very confident pro and will be a force. And then, of course, the chip leader, Milan Nilden, very accomplished long-time pro who had that incredible run of cards and has 34 million.
Vokmanog attacking this limp from Kowalski. Everyone now guaranteed $7,700, but now we get to start talking about the real ICM, what you make if you're not the next player out, and that's another $3,000. So that's going to be, as usual, you know, our main focus that's going to be informing a lot of the decisions that are happening right now is, hey, do I really want to get into this marginal situation with a hand that isn't the nuts when I'm going to make $3,000 if I can just outlast someone else? Nilden opening ace-10 suited.
Yeah, and of course, you know, particularly potent in a 109 buy-in. One way to look at it is just like 30 entries to the tournament, or you got 2 places, 70 entrants to the tournament. That is, you know, a big difference and really important to capitalize on that. On the other hand, one thing that will influence it a little bit is if you are in with a chance of winning, it is quite top heavy, right? It's not as shallow as a payout as, you know, sometimes we only see, you know, 3 times as much money, or maybe a bit more than that, 4 times as much money, 5 times as much money for first as for 7th or 8th or whatever. There is a lot more money up top in this one, yeah.
You're making about 10 times 8th place money.
Yeah.
If you win this thing out. So.
Yeah. So it's a balance of those 2 things.
And also, I think, Sam, something that you may forget is that also in a 109, it's just not the number of buy-ins. It's that this may be a significant portion of these players' bankrolls, other than, say, like Kowalski and Nilden, and it may be a significant portion of this person's weekly or monthly or yearly income.
Sure. Yeah, don't really blame Nilden for this, using the ace blocker. Jay Savage strikes me as someone that will open a little bit loose in this spot. In this particular instance, obviously they've got the real premium, but Nilden can afford to exert pressure on them with plays like this. I don't really think it's the worst, even though it's not going to work out this time. Of course, we also have Lo-Fi Dream, who has played very well, spun up from a short stack early on in the broadcast. Standard backing avatar, probably some sort of professional, that likely means. Going to be reasonably well-versed in the ICM considerations. And Kowalski, we've seen get very sticky in these sort of situations. With the big stack behind, forced to fold, and I like that from Kowalski. Lo-Fi Dream is going to be playing particularly tight, one would imagine, off this short stack.
Nilden decides not to attack.
Yeah, I'd like to see a fold here from Cohen 8. Just think the range is going to be too strong. Not much maneuverability with this stack. You really don't want to get involved. That would be my strong preference in this spot. And Cohen working it through, you know, as I said, as you rightly said, Joe, you know, some of these players not going to be necessarily have huge amounts of final table experience. These decisions and this kind of pressure are going to be new to them, so I don't mind them taking their time, but I would love to see a fold here.
It's a really tough call with this size stack. It's just one more big blind. It's you feel like, okay, if you can hit a pair, maybe you can go with it. No pair with 9-6. Queen Jack also missing, but has some backdoors.
Yeah, I think that's exactly, you've now hit the nail on the head, Joe. Normally, when we defend off this stack size, we're just looking to try and flop a pair or draw, and then we get it in. No problem. That's normally how you play this stack size. The problem is on a final, that strategy of hit a pair and go with it kind of is a problem, because when you're wrong, early stage of the tournament,
you
doesn't
lose
really
a lot
matter.
of money.
You just play another tournament and you're in the same spot. Here, you're kind of handing money to everyone else, and so you kind of have to avoid getting in the spot where you just hit a pair and go with it. And we have a confrontation here. Valak, another one of the shorter stacks with the incredibly strong pocket queens, and Nilden, who we saw get out of line a moment ago, goes for the full 3x. Very strange from Valak. Not going to make any difference. This is going to be all in and call.
Flipping. And Nilden killed another one. Valak out at 9th. $7,700. Everyone else just made an additional $3,000. And Nilden continues to pile chips on top of each other. 36.8 million.
Yeah. I mean, it's just absolute dream stuff. It's the same reason, by the way, I'd love to see Sexy Muck maybe even fold the A7 here against a similar stack, even though Savage will have to play quite honestly. And
there you go.
Good fold from them.
And we are headed to a break at this final table. Sam, we'll get your thoughts in just a moment. Just give me a second to bring James Hardigan back into the booth, and we can have ourselves a nice little chat.
Thank you very much, Joe. And as we hit that break, it is Nilden with the overwhelming chip lead, having just KO'd our 9th place finisher. 36.6 million for Nilden, who is playing from the Czech Republic, and right now is the favorite to win the first prize of $108,490. But now is the time when we get to talk about the opportunity for those of you watching the stream to actually play some poker, because we are offering a free roll for PokerStars players who are watching tonight's Sunday Million action. Your chance to win free entry to the Sunday Million anniversary on Sunday the 20th of March. Here is the all-important password you need. The free roll is open. You'll find it in the software. If you search Sunday Million anniversary free roll, you'll see that there are 50 seats guaranteed in that free roll, and this week's password is Sweet 16, all one word, all lowercase, Sweet 16, because we are celebrating the 16th anniversary of the Sunday Million with a $10 million guaranteed tournament on Sunday the 20th of March, the must-play MTT of the year. And Joe, when I think of all of the stuff we did last year, WCoop Scoop, EPT Online, I do actually think my favourite stream of last year was the Sunday Million anniversary. Vanessa Cade, Niffler, navigating her way to victory. No deal at that FT. I think she bagged $1.5 million.
No deal, and also no stream of her own, right? Weren't we the only ones covering it, so we didn't have to compete with her with her first-person perspective. So, yeah, just awesome when you and that's what led to her nomination this year. She didn't pull out the win. Was nominated for Breakout Player of the Year. And it was incredibly exciting. We got to have her on the podcast, which is really cool, too. And, always great to see a woman go so deep and to see them take down $1 million. Such a small percentage of the field. Like, that's what we like to see is long shots.
Yeah, so this is going to be a $215 buy-in. So it's an old school Sunday Million. But as I said, 50 seats available for free in tonight's free roll. The free roll is going to start, by the way, in 7 minutes time. So that is, by my calculations, 10:35 Central European time. That's when the free roll will start. So you've not got long to register. So use the password that's on the screen now, Sweet16, all one word, all lowercase. I think Raksha and Tom, our mods on the PokerStars Twitch channel, have put the tournament ID in the chat in case you can't find it. Alternatively, you can just search in the lobby for Sunday Million Anniversary Free Roll. If you're in the free roll section of the MTT lobby, you might have seen it already, but make sure you get in there quick. And of course, there are going to be some countries that are excluded. There are some licenses where sadly you're not allowed to enter free rolls, and suffice to say, if you're in a part of the world where PokerStars doesn't offer real money gaming, places like Australia, most of the United States of America, I'm afraid you are not going to be eligible to participate. Sam, I know obviously we talked about Prague and Sochi coming up, but in between those two events, this is an event I imagine you will be playing.
Yeah, of course. I would never miss. I never miss the Sunday Million anyway. And when it's got that massive guarantee up top and a huge first prize up top, like a life-changing amount of money for absolutely anyone, it's an absolute must-play. And I'm really excited to. I'll be registering the satellites, and whether I win a seat or not, I'll be in the mix and playing for as many bullets as it takes to build up a stack.
Yeah. And suffice to say, if you can't play tonight's free roll for whatever reason, or if you're unsuccessful, Sam just highlighted the fact that it is possible to satellite in. I mean, I'll be honest with you, $215 is not something I would spend on an online tournament with my nitty bankroll. But I believe Spin and Goes are now running that are awarding Sunday Million Anniversary tickets. So there are so many different ways that you can qualify for this event. But right now we are offering 50 seats. And just to be clear, they're not tickets. I believe if you do qualify via the free roll, you are registered automatically. So your name will appear as one of the entrants in the lobby immediately after the free roll has finished. So Sweet 16 is the word to use. And I'll tell you what, we will keep that password on screen for the next 5 minutes. But then at 10:35 Central European Time, once it's underway, once registration is closed, because there's no late reg on this, then we'll just wish the best of luck to everyone who manages to get in. Sam, you have more than earned a break. Joe and I will bring you more live action cards up of the final table of this week's Sunday Million. And Joe, I think it's amazing that the players we've been following since the very start of the stream, players like Jay Savage, who was the start of day chip leader, Fabiano Kowalski, Sexy Muck, Lo-Fi Dream, are still in. They're in the final 8.
Yeah, this doesn't, this is something that that can be frustrating when we're doing live tournaments, right? And we've covered something for 4 days and followed all these players, and all of a sudden it's the final table and we haven't seen much of these folks. Hoitu might be getting hoisted from his seat. Nilden not sure how to play any hand that isn't pocket kings. Wow, does fold the dominating hand. So wait, so you're saying that you can win Sunday Million tickets via Spin and Go now?
Specifically for the Sunday Million Anniversary, for this $215 buy-in, 10 million guaranteed event on the 20th of March. Yes, Spin and Goes, I believe, are running now.
That explains why I see Nick Walsh's name on the Sunday Million list 8 times already.
Got to save those buy-ins. Might need the extra bullets.
Right.
And, look, I salute anyone who can cut through a field of 10,000 players to make the final 8 of the Sunday Million over the course of 2 days. Bear in mind the anniversary is probably going to have 5 times that number of entries. Plus, it's a 3-day event. It's a slog. It's hard work to make it to that final table, but it is so worth it because the prize money is going to be huge.
I know. It's going to be so fun. So fun. Nilden opening King 10. Gets a bunch of folds.
I mean, Nilden running pretty good at exactly the time you need to, right? Just before you hit the final table, coming into the FT with the huge chip lead, but Lo-Fi Dream has the rockets. I can absolutely understand people struggling to find the free roll, but if you're struggling to find the password, I suggest you may want to register with your local branch of Specsavers.
Yeah, you might want to register with your local branch of adult literacy courses.
Bit from column A, bit from column B, maybe.
Yeah.
2 minutes left until registration closes, and a reminder that there will be no late registration in this one. Trying to keep it controlled, make sure that the population of this free roll are, for the most part, watchers of this stream. It's meant to be a reward to you guys for watching.
Kikino asks, are there any players who have final tabled the Sunday Million twice? Yes. Thank you for your question.
Well, King Queen flops best here. Top pair. One minute to go and 800 runners in the free roll. That is 4 times the number of players we had last week. We'll point out, though, we are running the free roll a bit later, and it tends to be that the later this stream goes and the closer we get to the final table, and we're now at the final table, the number of viewers is bigger. So understandably a larger field this week, and maybe word leaked out after last week that we were doing these free rolls, and spoiler alert, we will do another one next week. So maybe some people showed up. And yes, a good point made by Raksha. 800 players managed to find it. Imagine that.
I do feel bad. I think some of the people looking for it are probably in places where folks can't find it, where it doesn't exist.
Yeah. And look, all the time, guys, it becomes more complicated. And I know that you're going to be very frustrated, for example, if you're in Sweden. That's going to be one country, for example, which is restricted from playing. But that's not our choice. We don't stop these countries from playing. It's about local regulation and about local laws. And that's it, guys.
Actually, there's one country I really hate, which I just don't let them run the free roll there. I won't say what it is, though.
Thank God for that. So everyone has flopped top pair here, and it's Vokminog with the best kicker.
One spade out there for Sexy Muck. One club out there for Hoitu. Blake Design says this is gonna be bloody. It could very well be. Oh, that's such a juicy turn.
Very, very juicy.
Sexy Muck with a couple of ways to win this. Hoitu, you never think you're 8% here with top pair. I mean, blockers are so real, aren't they? Isn't it crazy? Isn't it crazy how much you're blocking here? Except for 2 better hands.
There it is.
Oh, river's it.
There it is.
From worst to first.
Meanwhile,
poker is fun.
2 pair on the river for Vokminog. The straighty flushy board might ensure that Vokminog and Hoitu don't lose too much here. And yes, that is a good observation from Hints. It is a potential street flash board.
Spit.
Captain Hills.
I mean, how do you not call this with 2 pair? It's such a small bet. I think we've seen Vokminog make other good folds, if I remember correctly. And you can absolutely understand. Well done. Holy.
So the player with 2 pair folds, please tell me the player with 1 pair isn't going to call.
Well, the player with 1 pair doesn't have to worry about the player to act behind them still, which is one tiny mitigating factor.
This board is not great for this hand. Way to using some of that time bank, but does let it go. Quick geographical tour of the remaining finalists. Cohen 8 playing from Switzerland, Hoytu playing from Finland. We've got Lo-Fi Dream, Kowalski 1 both playing from Brazil. Jay Sauvage is from Belgium. Vokmanog is Ukrainian. Sexy Muck is Hungarian. And Nilden is from the Czech Republic.
Whoop, whoop. A worldwide affair. You love to see it.
And here comes Nilden opening to 875,000. We are at the 175,350 blind level now. Oh, Cohen all in with ace-5. And this is going to get called. And domination, nation, no rotation. Cohen 8 out in 8th. Cashes for $10,776. Nilden with the GG. Now closing in on the 40 million mark.
Cohen had the heart of a lion. Wasn't enough to get it done this time. How much more money do you think Nilden would have right now if this was a bounty tournament? I don't know if you watched it at that last level, James. It was one of the most entertaining hours of online poker I've ever seen.
As I said, Nilden picked exactly the right moment to run good in an MTT.
He picked it.
It's like if you actually had control over your own boom switch, he definitely activated it in that last session.
Like that little
bloop. A Hollywood guy says, oh no, had to go grab a coffee. What happened to Sam? We've terminated his contract with immediate effect.
Done.
He's no longer part of Team PokerStars and will no longer be appearing on any of our content channels. Obviously, we enjoyed working with him while he was with us, but he's now dead to us.
We don't appreciate when people go visit farms.
No.
Vokmanog with the meaners.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yes, LeGrove, it is. Thank you for your question.
So this is where we start getting into some interesting ICM spots, right? We haven't seen much of this yet. Nilden can do this pretty much at will and can really mess with people. Like Vokmanog shouldn't want to get it in with nines here. Yeah, it just has to fold pocket nines. So frustrating. Like it's like why bother? Yeah. You just don't know. Nilden can do this with a wide variety of hands.
Gamer01 asks, James, Joe, will the stream of the anniversary be on Monday and Tuesday or Tuesday only? Just the Tuesday. That's Tuesday the 22nd of March, the final day of that anniversary event.
I gotta. Oh, I have it in my calendar. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, you may feel hard done by that you're only getting 1 day of a 3-day event, but remember you're going to get 5 days of EPT Prague before it and 4 days of EPT Sochi straight after it. So there will be plenty of content for you to be enjoying during the month of March.
And to be fair, I don't know if you guys read the name on the sign, but, you know, we kind of want you to play the Sunday Million instead of just watching it for 3 days for free, you cheapskates.
There is that as well. Hoodhunter, are the dates for Scoop maybe announced? They are. No other details available at this time, and certainly far too early to start talking about how much streaming there'll be. But I believe Scoop starts on Sunday the 8th of May and runs until Wednesday the 1st of June. So it's back in the month of May for 2022. Wow. That's the 8th of May to the 1st of June. Scoop dates are confirmed, but no other information has been revealed at this stage.
Okay, I'm putting Scoop in my calendar right now. To the 1st of June.
So we've got an open-ended straight draw here for Nilden. Lo-Fi Dream ahead with 10s. Yeah, there's a lot going on and a lot coming up, and the board just got flushier on the turn.
Yeah, you gotta kind of like 10 still here, I think.
ZDub 1994, again, because I'm in a good mood today, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. Having just said 5 days of EPT Prague and 4 days of EPT Sochi, that would answer your question about whether we will be commentating at live tourneys soon.
What about this question from Kretsch Shekching, who asks, is there a free dot roll?
There was. You're too late. You snooze, you miss out. Marcel, will there be transmission of EPT? Okay, to be clear, there will be 5 days of coverage of EPT Prague, then there'll be the Sunday Million anniversary, and then there will be 4 days of live coverage of EPT Sochi.
So you're saying there will both be a live stream and a transmission?
They are effectively the same thing.
Okay.
Semantics,
Just
Joseph.
checking. Just checking.
If you want the exact dates, Prague is the 12th to the 16th. Sunday Million live stream is the 22nd. And Sochi is 24th to the 27th. All in March. That's a lot of content coming up next month.
I only got the 12th to the 16th, but that's a good start.
12, 16, 22, 24 to 27.
22, and then 24 to 27. Okay. I really should have had these in my calendar by now. What are you going to do?
I naively assume that someone tells you this stuff.
I think that some things slip through the cracks because everyone is remote still, you know?
And even if we weren't remote, you'd still be remote because you're
Correct.
based in another part of the world in a different time zone. And
And
everyone
that's
just
why I don't
assumes
get-
that I keep you in line. Everyone just assumes that I kind of like, you know, pull the strings.
And that's why I don't get bent out of shape if someone doesn't tell me something because it's perfectly reasonable that they did and I forgot and I didn't write it down or something. So I'm always like, I think no one told me, but it's usually like 75-25 my fault.
Yeah. Gazal, James, there will be no more fee passes. Thank you for your comment.
Oh, Lordy. You guys are the best.
By the way, and if this is a serious question, Rocksteady, and for anyone else who's interested, if you want to know about requirements and protocols, because bear in mind, obviously, health and safety is still a paramount concern when it comes to running international live events. PokerStarsLive.com. If you go to that website, you'll get the latest information on the rules, regulations, restrictions, and requirements. PokerStarsLive.com is the home of all of our live events, including the European Poker Tour.
Thank you for your question. King 3 firing into the best hand, but luckily it's not a great best hand.
Thank you, Accidental Grenade, for the kind words. Congrats on the award for Poker in the Ears, James and Joe. Here's to much more commentary and discussion from you two. Clap and a glass of what looks like frothy beer.
Thank you, Keith.
It's a Veld beer.
That wasn't a secret, right? Everyone knows his name is Keith. I didn't just... That would have been awkward.
Yeah, I think once you actually sign to the Red Spade, you lose your right to anonymity.
Okay.
Don't you remember when we sponsored Isildur 1 and he was revealed to the world? I mean, like, everyone had known for 2 years, yeah, it's Victor Blom, right? But there was this great unveiling. Isildur 1 is Victor Blom. And the reason why he had to give up his mystique was because he'd signed on the dotted line.
I held out hope to the very last second that it was going to be Helmuth. Kowalski limping in. King 10.
Hood Hunter asking about EPT sats. Do you guys know what are the lowest buy-ins for the EPT package? I do. Free buys.
Ooh.
You can qualify for free. And I should say, by the way, guys, and I don't think I'm speaking out of turn here, but the team is constantly reviewing the satellite options for EPTs, obviously trying to create new, interesting and fair ways to give more and more people the opportunity to qualify.
Man, these spots, these blind-on-blind spots, you've got a good, strong hand to start off with. You don't have a lot of chips. Totally missed this flop. Falkmanog has shown themselves to be a pretty proficient player. Yeah, you just get pwned here. You know what, James? We're going to be absolute ICM experts now when we do live final tables because we've had so much practice. Ace 10 for Hoytu. We saw a huge Hoytu fan in chat a minute ago said he was going to come in here and own all of our asses, which seems like you might be on the wrong website.
Or the player.
Oh, maybe it was the player himself. I don't know.
I mean, look, if someone wants to own my ass, I'm not going to give it to them for free.
Well, that's what I mean. I think they got the wrong site for that.
Ah. Maybe it was the 18+ symbol in the bottom right-hand corner that confused them.
Nick Walsh wants to know how much.
Everyone has a price, Nicholas. Everyone.
And Nilden, we just saw exercising max aggression. Obviously going to get aggro here. With ace-6, makes it slightly more than 2x. Pocket 7s, weird spot again for Sexy Muck. Too strong to fold. Pair of 6s for Nilden. This seems like a pretty reasonable size bet for Sexy Muck to see one more card. Problem is, you're going to face bigger and bigger bets. Club on the turn. Loose cannon. I do not think you can play on PokerStars in Iran, and it is a great privilege to be an American, but we also cannot play PokerStars in most of America. So at least in that respect, we're in a similar boat. I like the name, though.
Just to be clear, Joe, can you play PokerStars on the boat?
Yes, I believe in this boat. You can play free-to-play
If it's in international waters, right, you're going to be all right.
James, did you happen to watch John Oliver from yesterday yet? You guys don't get it till today, right?
Oh, I didn't know he was back.
Yeah, first episode back was yesterday in the
Okay,
States.
yeah, it normally airs on Sky Comedy around this time on a Monday night. So yeah, it'll probably be.
There'll be a couple of gags I think you'll like in this one. I'm interested to hear your thoughts.
Cool. Great. I'll have a choice of viewing tomorrow night then, whether to watch John Oliver or Euphoria.
Dude, okay, so I watch Euphoria sometimes because my girlfriend likes it.
You watch it sometimes. You can't watch it sometimes. You either watch it and follow the story, or you don't watch it.
I more or less can follow the story from popping in and out every once in a while. And I'll say this: it's beautiful. It's obviously dark. It's incredibly well written, well acted. I just can't handle like the amount, like everything is happening all of the time. Like it is the most intense high school that's ever existed without a moment to breathe, and that's like a little too far for me.
I think it's basically been designed to put people off from having children, or if you already have children, to make you absolutely bleep yourself about them turning teenagers, because it's just like, oh my god, yeah, it's a bit full on. I agree with you. I think it's excellent, but it's too much. I tell you what, there was a in between the first and second seasons, there were a couple of specials they did, and the special in the diner with Zendaya and the guy who plays her sponsor was extraordinary. Yeah. It was a fantastic hour of television.
That was good. It was like a little, kind of up its own butt a little bit, but very good. Those experimental episodes, I don't always love them, but I agree with you, it was really well done. Did you see the episode recently where Zendaya escapes from her mom's car in the middle of an intersection?
Intense. So intense.
That's my block. That's right outside my house.
Oh my! That's Zendaya on the run and jonesing.
Yeah. It was pretty weird seeing our neighborhood.
Because in the TV show, I don't think it ever really references where it's meant to be, right? It's just kind of...
Yeah, but it's, if you know the valley, it's very clearly...
Right.
Los Angeles.
But no, I think it's... I in a really sadistic way, I enjoy watching it. But yes, I can't remember who suggested it, but definitely watch Euphoria first and then watch John Oliver. That's definitely the right mood.
Yeah, right, to take it down. Yeah, to forget about Euphoria. Or
John Oliver, Euphoria, and then Judy Justice.
I think that's maybe the exact way to do it, because John Oliver, despite being a comedy show, isn't always less depressing than a show trying to be depressing. So,
yeah. Whereas Judy Justice is just everything.
I gotta watch some Judy Justice so we can bond over that. Is Nilden gonna try to snap off Kowalski with Ace-9? Probably not.
Achilles Last Stand says, my younger co-workers just recommended Euphoria to me. I watched one episode and it's too much for me. I get that. And that first episode of season 1 is pretty hardcore.
Really
it's very in your face with the amount of sex, drugs, and violence that it can squeeze into an hour.
To answer your question, Sir Urban Bourbon, I really don't make my way down to the Commerce occasionally. By occasionally, I mean maybe like twice a year. King, queen shoving. Nice one, Hoy 2. Yeah, I've heard good things about 1883. Might check that out soon. I didn't like the other one though. The one with Kevin Costner. I watched like 2 or 3 episodes. It didn't grab me.
I'm going to suggest. I know we talked about this already, Joe, and you were like, "Oh my God, what are you doing watching this crap?" Superstore. I think you may have. Maybe I don't think you're right on this. I actually think it's pretty decent for a network comedy show. I think it's pretty decent.
I'll try it again. I'll give it another try. To answer Nick's question here, did I watch Murderville? I watched all 6 episodes in a sitting. It was awesome. It was fantastic. So good. And I loved analyzing Murderville and being able to tell which of the guest stars were terrible improvisers and which ones were good. I won't name them. And Will's a regular in Superstore. Will, my old improv teacher, Will McLaughlin. A couple of friends of mine are on that show. My friend Colton plays the fellow in the wheelchair also, but it just did not grab me the couple times I watched it. I also love Mark McKinney, one of my earliest. Oh boy, here we go.
You know the actor who plays Garrett?
That's the wheelchair guy?
Yeah.
I do know him, because his name is Colton Dunn. He wrote for Mad TV back when I worked there. Superstore does one scary thing right. The dumb customers in retail. Another tough spot for Vokmanog. I feel like 9-9 is a fold here, says Fox, so I think we are going to see a fold here eventually. Yes, Righteous Gemstones is great. I'm behind, though. Yep, we did see a fold.
Yeah.
Jay Savage. Been with us from the beginning. Start of day chip leader.
Yep.
Still alive and kicking here.
I'm impressed that the mini comeback that Fabiano Kowalski made, right? Went from being one of the chip leaders to a well below average stack. Clung on. Okay, it's near the bottom now, but cannot be discounted.
Lo-Fi Dream also another great story from this final table.
Just looking at some of the questions you guys are asking, there's obviously some stuff that I know about, some stuff I feel that we can talk about. Anything relating to licensing and regulation of online poker?
Oh, boy.
No. Number one, not my area of expertise. Number two, not something I know anything about. And number three, even if I had heard anything, I probably shouldn't be discussing it. So, sorry. It's off the table as a conversation topic.
Except for the fact that we do want you to be able to play PokerStars everywhere. It's
oh,
not
yeah.
our fault.
And, no, absolutely. I mean, it's
all right, kids. Well, a bunch of hands here. Ace-10 and King-Queen already being folded. And it's a good thing they did. Oh, a sneaky flat from Kings. Is Nilden going to try to put the pressure on? Look, just a call. Oh, Kowalski must be so mad right now. Kowalski steaming. Furious. Not a great board anymore for Kings, although you wouldn't expect. Is Nilden in the big blind here? Sometimes I still can't tell what this button is. Nilden could have a large piece of this board. Kings make the call.
Up going to the river. Yeah, thank you, Raksha. In the same way that we're not going to discuss licensing and regulations, we're not going to discuss politics. Back to Superstore.
And what a dream for Nilden to be able to just do that every time it gets folded.
Yeah. I mean, it works to Nilden's advantage the way play's going right now. It's pretty cagey, not a lot of huge pots. Nilden's sitting there on that monster stack, and every 15 minutes the blinds go up and everyone else becomes shallower.
Boy, two doing a good job of getting the chips in when they're supposed to. Seen that a couple of times now. Kowalski with queens.
Wow, Raksha's watching a box set of Bewitched with her daughter. It's still fun. Used to watch it with my dad. I don't think I've ever seen an episode of Bewitched.
Man, Samantha from Bewitched is just a beautiful woman. It's just like magical. I understand why she would get cast in that part. It's really weird to have a crush on somebody that's been dead for like 60 years, but
yeah,
but I do. My friend Lauren, producer of the Card Counter, who's going to be on our podcast in just over a week, has named all of her cats after Bewitched characters. Mrs. Kravitz, Pandora. Was that for the other show? Mrs. Kravitz.
I kind of feel that
two Darrens.
I kind of feel you should have revealed this before we invited her onto the podcast.
James, just you wait. Just you wait. When I bring up Lauren's cats, you haven't even heard the cat stories. In fact, I feel like I should tease it now because people will tune in more. So, Lauren has loved her cats so much. Hold on a second. We might have a hand.
Nilden opening to just over $1 million. The shove from Hoitu with ace-queen. Is Nilden going to take a flip?
No, we don't have a hand. Wow. So, Lauren, we've got kings for Vogmanog.
Yeah, no one else has anything, though. Carry on. Lauren's cats.
Lauren's cat died, and she had it taxidermied. She had it stuffed, and she took it with her to Japan when I went to visit her, and so she had, like, this dead stuffed cat, and she brings it. She travels with this cat, and the last time one of her cats died, she asked me if I could store the cat in my freezer because hers was full, and until she could get it taxidermied. And first I was like, no, of course not. And then I was like, hold on a second. Yes, absolutely. I have to. Like, how could I not do this for the story?
This
and so
is
I did hold on to
something
her dead cat for a while.
That you probably should have revealed before we invited her onto the podcast.
The low fidelity dream is still alive.
Yeah, just to be clear, for those of you who don't know what we're talking about, the movie The Card Counter, the movie that Joe worked on as a poker consultant and has a small role in. We are going to discuss that film in detail on next week's podcast. We're going to do one of our Poker Movie Mondays. We'll record it on a Thursday, release it on a Friday, breaking down The Card Counter with Joe and also Lauren Mann, who was the movie's producer. We're going to have a superfan quiz based on the film, and we also have Sam Greenwood analyzing, I guess, the one poker hand that's in the film, Joe. It's the only poker hand that's played pre-flop through to the river, and Sam had some interesting thoughts on it.
He did, and considering how much he analyzed it, I'm glad that no other hands made it into the movie.
He didn't have an issue with it, though. That's the most important thing.
I know, but I felt like I was dodging bullets the whole time. Cajun just got banned for asking if my only line in the movie was "Hello, my babies," and I'll have you know, I in fact had 0 lines in the film. Thank you for your question.
By the way, for the record,
yeah.
If anyone asked me to store a dead animal in my freezer, the answer would be snap no. No. I don't care what you mean to me and what the animal meant to you. You are not putting a dead animal in my freezer. Not happening.
Except for, you know, food.
Vegan household.
Like, what if I wanted to store some steaks? You're all vegetarian now?
We're all vegan. Have been for like 2.5 years.
Oh, I wasn't sure if it was just you. That's cool. So not even a rack of ribs.
I mean, full disclosure, I'm a bit of a flexitarian. There are times when I come off the diet, but 90% of the time.
So I was because I wasn't supposed to speak in the film, one of my critiques of my own acting in the movie is that I should have at least opened my mouth and mouthed some words, but I was so afraid that they were going to tell me not to talk that I just kind of kept my mouth closed the whole time, and it's not very realistic. This is gonna get a ban for just being a lame joke, Coco. It's just hack. Yeah, thank you. I hear way more people complaining about vegans talking about being vegans than I actually hear vegans talking about vegans. It's hack material. Get some new jokes.
I tell you what, this sounds like Joe's pitching to do a TV show, Comedy Idol, where you could be the Simon Cowell of the judging panel.
Believe me, I can
Your material's hacky. Get off the stage.
I've heard this bit 100 times already. Oh, your boyfriend's a rescue? Have I heard this one before? Oh, Nilden. First misstep we've seen. And Sexy Muck with top pair. Also river is a flush draw.
Sexy Muck ahead with top pair. Blinds up, 300,000, 600,000.
That was probably a Sexy Muck as far as Sexy Muck was concerned. Oh, that's a good question. Mr. Hardigan, what food do you cheat with if you do? Like if you're going to have meat?
No, it's more a case of like pizza. I kind of go margarita, so I will have like, cheese on pizza, yeah. Sorry. And also, there was this one week, like a couple of weeks ago, I was in the centre of London, and I was craving sushi, so I had some sushi.
Okay. What about when we go to Prague and we usually go to this place where we get like a whole plate of meat?
Yeah, I kind of think I'm going to have to be creative with what I order there.
So you're not going to eat the gigantic moose knuckle that we usually get?
I never ordered that anyway. I always found that place was even a bit hardcore for me when I was eating meat.
It is not called Cantina. It's called... No, I never remember.
I don't know what it's called. I know how to get there, though. I know the exact route we have to take. It's out the hotel, and you stand in front of this building. I don't know if I've ever mentioned this, but the building, when you come out... You do know, Joe, you do know that there are going to be people making their first trip to Prague, and I will have to tell them that story, and I will make sure you're with me when I do it. And what I love is that you get really frustrated about it, but every single person I tell is really interested, because it is a hashtag fun fact.
I know, but you're only doing it to annoy me.
And because I like telling people fun facts about Bond films. The fact that you get annoyed by it is just a bonus. It's like a byproduct of the pleasure I get in imparting Bond facts.
We've got the 9-10 suited of the Grafton causing great pause. Just kidding. Bit of a disco. Bachmanog standing up to Nilden. And Nilden's lost a little bit. Sexy Muck's come up a little bit closer now. Really can do some major damage at this point.
Asifo asks, when are you guys arriving in Prague? In time to start streaming on the 12th, Asif. Hey, you've been to Prague a few times, Asif. See if you know, what was I talking about just now? What Bond-related thing was I referencing just now?
Lo-Fi Dream Sticking the neck out there a little bit, raising. Queen Jack. Now, it's all well and good, right, to play the ICM game, but you do have to steal every once in a while if you're going to stay alive in these things. And luckily for Lo-Fi Dream, Nilden let him live. I don't think that's a great analogy. I think that analogy's... It's an analogy. There you go, Tommy Key. This min open makes so much money. I agree. Another open now for Lo-Fi Dream. This time ace queen. It would be a tight race if we did award a prize to the dumbest comment of the day. Lamari asking if I'm going to go back to the Patrick Antonius Festival in April. It's unlikely. They have been sending me their schedule. I don't know why.
Oh, son of a perch raised a good point. It's been a long time since we've heard you do your Mathis impression in here, James. Normally I reserve it for big hands, but just on this occasion, 420,000 in the pot.
All right, we're not going to, first time, last time chat, we're not going to debate the merits of somebody's lifestyle choices. Thank you for your comment. Just deal with it. You don't have to have an opinion on everything.
It's the classic cliche that opinions are like arseholes.
And you, sir, are one.
Asif isn't playing the Bond guessing game, and that makes me sad. Vokmanog opens with ace-king.
Tough spot for Kowalski.
Calls
Does
with
defend.
ace-4.
Oh, boy.
Oh! Oh. I don't see how Kowalski gets away from this as the shortest stack at the table.
I've seen this move a couple times. People defend with weak aces and get away from it after flopping top pair.
Not this time.
I was pretty impressed when I saw it, and the person I was watching with was like, oh yeah, no, this is standard now. People do this. So, not this time. Dang.
And this is the end of Fabiano Kowalski, the two-time W Coupe champion, out in 7th place, cashing for nearly $15,000. Finally, we see another KO as Hoitu is now all in with 9s. We are down to 6 players. And
that took a long time.
Starting to even out. Nilden still with the chip lead, just shy of 30 million, but Vokmanog on 24 mil. Sexy Muck on 21 mil.
We'll have to see what Sam thinks. I think Nilden probably could have been doing a little bit more aggression-wise, attacking, raising a little bit wider, but maybe not. Maybe I'm just doing revisionist history here. It's because you probably told it terribly, that's why.
Hey, Mini Cooler, why don't you audition on Comedy Idol and see what kind of feedback you get from Judge Joe?
I'm actually way better at fixing people's stand-up than I am at doing my own. That's for sure. Hoitu with a chance to pick us
like
some
all
chips.
All those years, Joe, when you were offering relationship advice to people, right?
Yeah, same thing. Because I've made tons of mistakes in my life, I can spot other people's.
I like it.
What's up, Hawkins? You've always been there for us. Thank you.
Got to make this TV show happen.
Unfortunately, unlike every other TV show except for poker, I'm completely unqualified. I might be good at it. I'm just not qualified.
What about if it was Comedy Idol presented by PokerStars. And that
There
was
you
a
go.
caveat of the sponsorship deal, right? Guys, we have to foist this bearded guy onto you. He has to be part of the show. Otherwise, otherwise we're not signing the check.
Don't get my hopes up. Lo-fi. Nothing to do. Nothing you can do. Uh-oh, here we go. I was just about to start cranking it.
Yeah, I did say before the start of today's stream, Joe, knowing you spent a few days in Vegas, I felt that the tank was probably a little bit tapped out and maybe you didn't have the energy to start cranking it.
Oh. Fuck Minogue. Shoving. Wow, ace-queen lays it down. Banker who asked James and Joe, what's the actual background behind us? James is from England. His background is in radio. I am from Los Angeles. My background is in television production, I guess I would say. Thank you for your question.
Yeah, we have definitely put that all behind us to focus on the wild and wonderful world of poker.
Felipe Barbos, very adamant. Ace-queen should have been a call. Well, they were behind. And it would have been a bit of an ICM punt with Lo-Fi Dream with just 10 big blinds. So I'm not as sure that it's a call there. You're losing to a lot of hands that shove on you. There's not a lot of bad hands that are going to shove on you, right? So you're flipping with a lot of them, losing to a bunch of them, ahead of not that many, and when you are ahead, you're still going to lose 1 out of every 3 times. James, did you see that Anton Deck went on RuPaul's Drag Race?
Funnily enough, no.
So this guy that used to work with Mad TV started working on RuPaul's Drag Race like a couple years after I quit. Then he ended up moving to England with his husband, and he's been working on RuPaul's Drag Race in England for the last couple years. I believe they've been shooting there, and I think they had Anton Deck on.
Huh.
Very recently, like in the last episode, maybe. Wow, it just gets ace-deuce to full. That's nice.
Just keeping an eye on the free roll that started about 50 minutes ago. 808 entries and 421 players remaining. 420 now. I mean, obviously, the pace of eliminations is going to be quite quick. And, of course, it will finish when it's down to 50. And those 50 players will be entered into the Sunday Million Anniversary, which takes place on the 20th of March.
That's pretty cool. Only 800 people in it, 50 seats. Like, that's not bad value at all for a free roll.
I mean, last
usually
week
you're
was
playing
ridiculous. Last week, 200
even
players
better, right?
and 50 seats. Yeah, but I mean, obviously, as I said, we ran this one a little bit later in the day. But even so, I agree with you, Joe. I think a ratio of 800 players to 50 seats is pretty solid.
It's also, you know, when you think about the old free rolls we used to do when there were like 20,000 people playing, and yeah, they'd pay a couple hundred spots, but you'd make 17 cents, 21 cents. Not only is 50 people cashing in this, they're getting first place money.
And this is my view, is I believe that when we do this, this is absolutely the right way to do it. You're watching the Sunday Million, so what better prize to offer? What better giveaway than the chance to actually play in the tournament you're watching, and not just the next 109 buy-in, but the $215 $10 million guaranteed event.
Vokmanog raising small to big. Nilden does not go for it. Does not go for the re-raise with the 6 high. Just folds it, but I think this might be the cooler we've been waiting for.
Thank you, Tommy, for saying, James, you should be on Cameo. I drop $100 to hear you announce I won my first World Series of Poker bracelet. So in order to make it worth my while, Tommy, I'd have to like charge some ridiculous amount per video because you'd literally be my only client.
Lo-Fi Dream does make the call with ace-queen off.
And it's good. And it's going to double up through Nilden, who is no longer chip leader, Joe. Vokminog is now in the catbird seat.
Oh, wow. Wooly is shocked that Nilden lost a hand. To be fair, Nilden won a lot of hands, but it was never a suck out, if I can remember correctly.
Oh, viewer dump alert, viewer dump alert. We are being raided by Finton. Give the man a hand.
Old Finty. Thanks, buddy. You know, I watch Finton's clips sometimes, and he's a very entertaining watch. He's a good streamer. You should give Finton a follow if you guys haven't already.
He's not an award-winning streamer, unlike Benjamin Spraggy Spragg, though.
Not yet. Not yet.
And here we go. We have reached the break with 6 players remaining at the final table. So a slightly slower level, but it has seen a couple of eliminations, and it's also seen a change in the chip lead. As we go into this 5-minute break, it is Vokminog from Ukraine who leads with a stack of 25 million. Nilden from the Czech Republic now in second place with 24 million, and a few shorties at the table with the blinds high and the stacks relatively shallow. We welcome Sam Grafton back into the mix. Sam, I don't know how much of the action you were able to see there. Suffice to say, things a little bit tighter. ICM considerations, obviously a factor. Sorry to see Fabiano Kowalski go, but what you going to do? But it does mean that it opens the game up right now. The dynamic changes with Nilden no longer having that massive advantage.
Yeah, obviously final tables are very fluid, and you know, one thing you've got to just be psychologically prepared for is a change of position. You know, to not go overboard if you spin up from a short stack to a big stack, and likewise if you've been that big chip leader, to get used to a more more modest position in the tournament. I took a bath during the break. I've actually took a bubble bath and you know, clean myself. That's what I've been doing. So I wasn't just, I can't have electronics in the bathroom, so I didn't actually follow the final table, but I'm pleased to be back.
I don't mind that Sam didn't follow, but the fact that he takes bubble baths in general, not surprising. And the fact that you can just like that 1 hour that I'm on break, I'm like looking at my watch, like, what's going on? Do I have to go check? I'm trying to, and you're just like, let's just kick back for an hour. Let's really check out, unwind, just get in all the crevices. I mean, what? Exactly. It's Sam Grafton's world. We're all just living in it, really, I think is.
Hopefully one day I will be able to have electronics in there, and I could do the broadcast from the bathroom. You know. I mean, obviously PG friendly. I have a towel around me, but you know, in general.
I'm more concerned about the risk of electrocution, Sam. And you know,
what a way to go, though. Going out happy, doing the thing I love. You know, if that was to be my fate. If that's the end the poker gods have in store for me, I mean, no one will be able to complain about a bad beat again, would they? I mean, think of poor Sam. Every time he got signed up, think of poor Sam Grafton. What happened to him on the Sunday Million final table?
I mean,
we would probably have to stop doing it in general. We just could never broadcast again. We had a death.
Yeah. As a former Prague resident, Sam, are you aware of the Bond connection to the Hilton?
No, I'm not, but I'm willing to listen. Hit me with it, Hartigan.
I knew you'd want to hear the story, Sam. So when you walk outside the Hilton, the building that is directly opposite is the building from the pre-credit sequence in Casino Royale, where Bond goes up where the guy goes up in the lift, walks into his office, and Bond is waiting for him and kills him. It's that exact building that's right opposite the Prague Hilton.
I assume you're talking about the modern. I haven't seen the modern Casino Royale. I've only seen the old one with Woody Allen.
Sorry. For you,
Sam,
Casino
you got
Royale
to draw
is the
yourself a bubble bath and watch Casino Royale.
I mean, I know strictly speaking, I'm meant to be coming back from break and giving Joe a 30-minute break so that, you know, but I'm kind of feeling that we should release you for the evening so you can actually watch Casino Royale. This is a huge void. This is a huge gap in your...
I saw Skyfall. I mean, I'm up to date, roughly speaking.
But no, this is just this is wrong on every level. I'm devastated. I'm shocked. I'm appalled.
I know.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah, it's just I don't know. Not really. I will watch it. I mean, if it came up, I guess it's sort of thing we don't really have TV. Sort of thing I would catch on TV, but I wouldn't go out of my way to watch it.
You should go out of your way, and I'll be honest with you, it holds up actually incredibly well. It's 15th anniversary last year, so Joe and I did a kind of retrospective look at the movie on the podcast.
1 year younger than the Sunday Million, I'll just say. Do you know what I mean? Like,
absolutely.
The anniversaries come up.
Great job. Great synergy.
What a year! James Hartigan, what a year for you. They invented the Sunday Million. Bam! Can life get any better? They followed up with Casino Royale.
I know. I mean, both in 2006. You're right.
What a great year it was.
Spring 06, Sunday Million. Autumn 06, Casino Royale. I agree. It was a great double whammy. So, yes, Joe gets a 30-minute break as we get back to the action at this final table. But, yeah, no, we revisited the movie. We spoke to the film's poker consultant, Dr. Tom Sambrook. Yes, some of the poker scenes are a little bit hokey, but cinematically, I'm fine with it. And ultimately, it's not a poker movie. And the action sequences, I think, are some of the best. And, look, you know I'm a huge Bond nerd. I'm a huge Bond fan. I think Casino Royale probably is the best single entry in the franchise.
Wow, that's big. That's big talk. Big talk. Yeah, that's funny that you say that, because obviously I have seen the poker scene, or seen memes about the poker scene anyway.
Yeah,
so I'm aware of the straight flush. Nice little play there. A nice little play there from Sexy Muck, using the ace-4 off to play back at the chip leader there. That's something we've seen from him throughout this, throughout the run up to this final table. Obviously, strong pro coming out of Hungary, able to pick up some chips there, where maybe people would automatically muck the ace-4 off. Nice play indeed.
I kind of feel, Sam, this is on the same level as the revelation that Maria Ho made on stream a few weeks back when she revealed that she's never seen the film Jaws, and I literally would not let her back on air until she'd seen it.
That is strong. I mean, that is very strong. Yeah. Especially given, I guess I just feel like she still grew up in the era of TV or whatever, where you just would have expected it to be on. Do you know what I mean? There was a certain period where, I guess in America, they always had channels, but there's certain of those movies. Bit of out of line here from Vosminog. You imagine all the bluffs you have here, all the gut shots, all the hands with spades in them. To bluff King 5 suited here seems a little wild, but look what a tough time Jay Savage is having. If I were them, yeah, and does get it done. Obviously, know your customer there. KYC, Vosminog targeting Jay Savage, feeling like he always has ace high and won't call that big bet. And Vosminog may elect to get out of line with ace deuce. Enough excitement for one orbit. Folds.
See, You're regretting that fold now, aren't you, Minog?
Sure. Obviously, just a good board for the pre-flop raiser. Takes advantage of that, c-bets, and gets it won.
It wasn't that long ago, by the way, that I tried. And this happens like every 10 years. I'll revisit the 1967 version of Casino Royale thinking, it can't be as bad as I remember. And every time it's like, yep, it is. It's truly unwatchable. It's an absolute mess of a film.
I get it confused in my mind with What's New Pussycat, which is also of the
Well,
same era.
it's effectively, exactly. I mean, another Charles K. Feldman production, which arguably is slightly more watchable. I mean, the number of writers and directors that Casino Royale had was just, like, absurd. Most of them uncredited. And then, of course, any time when your star walks out of production 2/3 of the way through and you try to cover it up, you know you've got problems.
Yeah, that big problems, yeah.
But we can print out a picture of him as a cardboard cutout and put him in the scene. They literally did that. Oh, good question, Bandingo. What flavour was your bubble bath, Sam?
I obviously didn't really have a bubble bath, but what do you mean? What flavour? What flavour? Could they come in different flavours?
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of the pink grapefruit shower gel from the Body Shop, for example.
Oh right, okay, yeah, like Lynx or whatever. No, but the bubbles though, they have a flavour. I don't know.
Well, it's an aroma, right, rather than a flavour. You're not eating or drinking the bath water. By the way, you've no idea how angry the audience is right now about the fact that you came on stream and lied to them.
Sorry, guys. I'm not contractually required to be honest. I could say anything. I could just make up huge backstories. Who knows if I was even in Brazil? Did anyone even see me there? I could just tell you, yeah, I'm streaming from Budapest. There's nothing you can do. Prove I'm not. So a bit of separation. We got 3-4 stacks, 19 million to 26 million. And then these two shorter stacks, who a little bit free from the ICM pressures. Of course, they're going to want to outlast each other. Played off against each other a little bit. Oh, wow, here we go.
Hoitu all in. It's Jay Savage who calls all in with kings. The at-risk player but ahead. Got shot straight draw. No dice. Hoitu loses. And Jay Savage doubles up. Hoitu down to 1.5 million. Super short stack with 6 remaining.
Yeah, and Voicemanog opening and getting the fold from Nilden.
I kind of don't feel that Hoitu's going to be much longer for this world unless they can do a lo-fi dream and run it up from a 2 big blind stack.
Yeah, there's a lot of money out there, actually, 2.8. Well, this is quite a nice scenario, really, to go against 3 players, I guess, with the best of
queen
it.
high flop. Hoitu has paired their 6, but Nilden with the advantage right now.
Yeah, and Voicemanog not incentivized to get really that out of line here. Nilden betting out to protect the queen high.
And that is going to be the elimination of Hoitu, the Finn, gone in 6th place, taking us down to 5. Nilden back up to around 24 million. Vokmanog still with the chip lead, 25 million. But the stacks not that far apart now. It has evened out over the course of the last couple of sessions.
Yeah, I mean, 280 buy-ins claimed here for 5th place. Big money. Very impressive run from all these guys.
That was very Max Bygraves of you, Sam. Big money.
Big money. I mean, Sexy Muck, the ace-4 off, and now the queen 10 off. Seems like you really don't want a queen or 10 in your hand going for it here, but does work out. Seems to be able to pick their spots well. And Lo-Fi Dream forced to fold. And I wonder if Lo-Fi Dream elects to rejam here with the pocket fours. Seems like that's the play versus a button open. And Sexy Muck, obviously you would just call off here always for chips. Would be a very, very standard call. On a final, it's a lot less appetizing because if you are dominated, it's a real big problem. If you are flipping, it's a problem. And for that reason, actually folds the ace-10. I understand why.
I had a question earlier on
ahead, James,
about players who've made multiple Sunday Million final tables. Well, Lo-Fi Dream currently sat there with nearly 20 million chips. Lo-Fi Dream is actually a previous winner of the Sunday Million. Took it down a couple of years ago for 108k, which coincidentally is first prize in this week's Sunday Million.
Wow, that's incredible. Very, by the way, light float here from ace-7 of diamonds. Not a fan of this without a backdoor flush draw. Very surprised to see the snap call here. You see a lot of players act very quickly on finals, given how high they're playing. But that is amazing, James. I mean, what a tremendous achievement to make back-to-back finals. And, of course, still in the hunt. Now, Voice Minogue is pretty low in their range here, you would imagine. There's some 3-4s and 3-6s, right? Ace-3s and ace-4s. Does bluff. And the queen is a kind of annoying card. But can a queen be value bet? I mean, I don't know. Does a king bet this sizing? Very tough spot for Sexy Muck. Not snap folding, you'll notice. I mean, if you know they're bluffing as high in their range as ace-7 of diamonds here, if you know they've got this means they've got every ace, every wheel draw, then you should call getting this price, but can't do it. And I somewhat understand why. And although I personally think that play is a tad on the spewy side, Voice Minogue's aggression on this final so far really paying dividends and has obviously this chip lead and increases that chip lead further.
Button raised with King 10.
Voice Minogue running out of time bank, which is quite annoying for them. Obviously, time bank very valuable.
Lo-Fi Dream with the rockets.
Where are they playing out of Lo-Fi Dream?
Lo-Fi Dream is a Brazilian player. So we had Lo-Fi Dream and Kowalski 1 as the two Brazilians at this final table. Obviously, Fabiano's gone now, so the sole representative from your former residency.
Yeah, really nice. I like the screen name as well, Lo-Fi Dream. It's got a certain ring to it.
I mean, we talked at the start of the day because Jay Savage was the chip leader coming into day two. Jay Savage is a Belgian player who's a mid to low stakes reg and actually qualified for $11. So in for $11, guaranteed nearly 30k. Not bad.
Yeah, we love that kind of spin-up story. Really, really, that's what the Sunday Million's all about. And love to see someone in for a satellite make such a big final table. What a thrill as well. I mean, this is one of the things about tournament poker, and what got me passionate about tournament poker when I was first discovered the game is the buzz you get from being in this kind of spot will be I mean, I can tell you the one time I made the final of Sunday Million, it's etched in my mind how it went for me in a bluff I made just before the final table. And I've played, obviously, thousands of tournaments. Like, for less experienced players or amateur players, it's really a special moment.
Yeah, the other low-stakes player at this final table, Sam, is Vokmanog. Best result, $8,000 from winning a $33 bounty builder, so that's normally their kind of price point. And, oh, the question from Nilden. Do you want to save some and play for the rest? So first talk of deal coming from Nilden, asking if the guys want to...
Shocked at this from Milan. Weak mentality. They've got a pound on him now. They've got to punish him for this. The first player to suggest the deal's obviously weak, James. Even you would know that. Got to go after him now. Punish him. Never be the first one to pipe up for a deal.
Also, a five-handed deal is a slightly optimistic objective.
Pitiful from Milan. When I see him in Prague, I'm gonna let him know that I do not approve of that. Weak mentality. I'm just joking, of course. It's reasonable. You know, you've played for 2 days, $100 buy-in. You're chopping literally hundreds and hundreds of buy-ins. Sexy Muck, so scared of the 5-5 board, which is so favorable for the big blind. Checked and checked again with that 9 of clubs. Going to be kind of hard to value bet now on the river. Just because the ace always gets checked over to you, but picks up the pot nonetheless.
And blinds now 400,000, 800,000, and kings for Lo-Fi Dream on the button.
Yeah, second time in the orbit, or second time in a few hands. See, we saw that remarkable run from Nilden where he got pocket kings seemingly 4 times in 6 hands or something. Unbelievable. And Vosminog taking the time each, and this is where the aggressive strategy begins to come unstuck. And if Lo-Fi Dream was aware that Vosminog was doing it so wide, they would just call, of course. One of the problems is traditionally you should have an ace when you're doing this, and that makes it hard to flat kings and release that equity. But Lo-Fi Dream might just call here. Obviously, we can see that would be a fantastic strategy.
No,
clicks it back. I like this. This is the other way to go. This is the other way to go. Maybe you can get your opponent to windmill it in with an ace. And I hope for Voicemanogs, I mean, Jack 5 should be a very clear fold now.
And Lo-Fi Dream has the chip lead, 28 million. And here is a hashtag fun fact, courtesy of StatTrek. We started day 2 of this week's Sunday Million with 77 players, and Lo-Fi Dream came into play 76th on the leaderboard, 1 off the bottom, and now leads with 5 remaining.
Yeah, good for them. I mean, bit of patience. This is why, obviously, sometimes I can seem, never want to criticize players in these amazing, massive spots too much, but this is why you have to be controlled with your frequencies. It feels really good when you're bashing people up, but handing chips to a direct competitor at this late stage is a bit of a problem. And to do it there where Jack and 5 just doesn't really have any, particularly the 5, of course, has no removal on those good hands, you do need to be careful. Being chip leader is not just about untempered aggression in every single spot. Sexy Muck may elect to shove here with the 4s. It's not great fun to do it. Just close your eyes and put it in. But it prevents anyone, this is not a hand that you can raise, call off on a final. And how great is it to force a fold from King, Queen, which would always take a flop against you or reshove on you, right? And that's the power of that open shove.
So blind v blind, ace-9 suited for Lo-Fi Dream. Vokminog with the Spraggy, ace-7 offsuit. The raise, small to big.
Yeah, and Vosminog may just shove here versus a chip leader. And it's going to give Lo-Fi Dream a very, very tough time if that's the strategy they approach for. Yeah, and this, This is a little bit weird hand to raise because now you get shoved on. You are in an awkward spot. Obviously, we can see they're comfortably ahead.
Calls.
Does call it off.
All in 2 spades on the flop. Didn't need the flush. Ace-9 high holds, and that is the KO of the Ukrainian player, which takes us down to the final 4. And look at the chip lead that Lo-Fi Dream now has. Close to 50 million chips, almost half the chips in play with 4 remaining.
Yeah, a massive credit to Lo-Fi Dream. I feel like that was almost, it's somewhat standard to raise call there. But I think really tailored the approach there to the specific opponent. Pretty obvious that Vosminog has been playing somewhat out of line and you could get shoved on by worse. So raised, called it off, and rewarded with an enormous stack. As you say, it's really great, particularly to have so many of the chips in play, because these guys who have similar stacks are going to be, not keen to be all in against the chip leader. And, when they're so close to each other in chips, right? They don't want to be all in when Savage is shorter. Sexy Muck may elect to shove here on a button open. I think this is quite a good spot, but Savage with ace-jack behind under 15 big blinds will likely call off. So this could be a huge collision. This is right on the cusp, but I do believe ace-jack is a call here. Really important to take chips off your opponent, right? Sexy Muck is a direct competitor, and it's not just that you double, but when you win the flip or when you're slightly ahead or suck out, I really do think that ace-jack, maybe I'm playing results because I can see the cards. Obviously, Savage feels it's very, very close. Does let it go. And that is a huge let-off for Sexy Muck. That would have been a big swing.
Num.
Yeah, they'll be...
Yeah, and Lo-Fi Dream can defend very, very wide as the covering stack. Not sure that Jack 6 quite makes it in. Feels that does. But yeah, that's one of those where Savage, if they're watching the stream to see what their opponent has, will be ruining the missed opportunity to call off their way ahead.
Button raise with ace-6, queen-7 in the small folds, 9-6 of clubs in the big, calls, 2 clubs on the flop, ace-high still ahead for now.
Yeah, and raising rather than... It can be appealing to have this slightly more subtle approach and go for a raise here with the ace-6 off. The unfortunate thing is you allow your opponent to release equity. You release equity to your opponent by letting them see a flop and catching a flush draw, as has been the case here for Milan in the big blind. We know a barrel wouldn't work, but this is a board that is highly favorable. Look at that river card. One of only 3 out for J. Savage. Nilden hating this river for sure. And Ace X so much part of an opening range here. And very fortuitous river card there for Savage. Little too good to 3-bet or shove here. I think King 9, we just want to call, probably dominate hands like this, dominate large portion of the opening range. It's going to be well ahead of the button opening range, but I think we just want to call Lex to 3-bet.
Okay. Kings again for J. Savage, and Sexy Muck with ace-10 of diamonds in the small. I know it's Nilden who's opened on the button, but I feel that Sexy Muck could be the player of interest in this hand as far as Savage is concerned. Oh, just jams. Kings holding. Holding. They hold. Savage doubles up to nearly 30 million, and that is going to leave Sexy Muck short. Fewer than 10 big blinds now.
Yeah, and King 10 is going to be somewhat close, I believe, versus the button shove. Obviously, for chips, you would call. I think Lo-Fi Dream will call off here. Presume that Jack 10, Queen 10, 10-9, 10-8 suited, King 5 suited all get shoved here. Obviously, we can see that Sexy Muck is ahead. There was a certain speed to that shove. Wanda obviously feels close to Lo-Fi Dream, who has been in this spot before, as you pointed out, playing for this kind of money. Real genuine tank here, and finds the fold, which against Sexy Muck's actual hand was, of course, the correct fold, in inverted commas. I think Jack 10, we could probably just, well, maybe just raise, but we can definitely shove it as well. Either or is fine. Again, just allow your opponent to see a flop in position. A little bit tricky for Milan. Obviously, best hand, bottom pair. But not easy to navigate to showdown. I think Lo-Fi Dream, I don't know, it's hard to say. Maybe you don't want a heart in your hand. A lot of the folds come from the backdoor flush draw. But in general, Nilden folds these low connected hands. So this board more favorable actually for the small blind in this exact instance. And having a spade, having a heart, not an appetizing hand to be bluffing with here. Let's see if, but Lo-Fi Dream does go for it. Targeting ace high, really. But what hand wants to bet this size? A 6 doesn't. A king is definitely worth more than this. I mean, are you saying you've got a 5 for this sizing? I think Nilden will figure this out and find the call. Obviously, the kicker doesn't play. It would be 3s and 6s with a king if Lo-Fi Dream were betting a 3. Is this a hand like pocket 7s from Lo-Fi Dream or pocket 10s? Does call. Just not, I mean, maybe a slight misstep from Lo-Fi Dream. I don't think that bet sizing, betting pattern was entirely convincing. So tough. Four-handed poker for these big pay jumps. Nilden essentially using king-queen off as a bluff, forcing the fold from Savage. And we're going to see another flip, James, I think.
Yeah, king 10 opening on the button. The sailboats for Sexy Muck all in. And is Nilden priced in to make this call and take us to the races?
Oh, yeah, I mean, I hadn't considered that Nilden would fold. I guess actually that does make some sense. You don't want to double up Sexy Muck. And you are dominated some percentage of the time, never in front. And I felt like Nilden would call, but of course, with ICM, that may well be the correct play from Milan. Obviously, as I said, strong pro, going to know that spot very well.
Lo-Fi Dream keeping their stack up around the 40 million mark. Have slipped from their peak, but still have the chip lead with 4 players remaining. Everyone guaranteed 40K, more than $108,000 up top tonight.
Yeah, and I mean, this is quite close between flat and 3-bet. I think Nilda might shove, and I don't blame him for that. I think that actually you might want to just induce here. If you know, when you're 3-bet bluffing hands like King Queen, it's quite nice to have Ace Queen and induce. You're not going to get called very much. That would just be my personal preference. It's of course hard. You know, no one, I don't believe, has studied this kind of spot enough to know exactly how you should be approaching these spots. But that would have been my preference with the suited Ace Queen. But these three guys all wanting Sexy Muck to bust rather.
Yeah.
Until that happens, very delicate situation between the three stacks of 30 big blinds and more.
And the blind's going up any moment now. All in with Jack 7 of hearts. King Deuce of hearts is the best hand, but it's a fold. And here we go, 500,000, 1 million blinds. So 10 bigs for the short stack.
Yeah, I think we don't. Yeah, I don't think we want to be raising Ace Deuce off here. It's supposed to be playing quite cooperatively in this spot and keeping the pots quite small. Not like Lo-Fi Dream has to fold with position and suited hands and the like. And Ace Deuce just doesn't flop well, particularly when you bloat the pot and strengthen your opponent's range somewhat. And Lo-Fi Dream, with almost no equity, going to try and take the pot away from Savage here and now. Ace of clubs means we won't be going anywhere. Wow, I say that. Just check folds to 20% bet.
Well, let's get Joe Stapleton back into the mix, Sam. We've got 4 players, 3 commentators, and it is Lo-Fi Dream still with the advantage, Joe. But Nilda not that far behind. Sexy Muck in the danger zone.
I'm bringing Sexy Muck. Danger zone.
Thank you.
Danger zone.
Good.
Ooh, we're back.
Good screen name, right? Sexy Muck. Must have played a little bit of poker. Must have played a little bit of poker before to come up with that one out of the box. It wasn't the first day you've ever played cards, right? Sexy Muck.
I
Even
think
with
that
the
a
double
lot when I
X.
see
Yeah, go on.
people's names like GTO 4-bet. And I'm like, it's probably not your first time playing poker if that's your screen name.
Unless they basically Googled something, a really cool poker lingo, and they chose that as their screen name.
Cool.
By the way, what a call there from Ace 6 off on Queen 10 9 7 6. A really strong call from Lo-Fi Dream there. Really, really strong. Yeah, I think we've touched on this before, Joe, but it also dates a screen name, I think, on the type of lingo that you use. I know, like, I have a friend in his screen name, you know, it used to be a bit of a legendary screen name, was like re-raise all in, because 13 years ago that was quite gangster language. Like, oh, I'm going to re-raise you all in. That was like saying
over
GTO
the top
back
420.
yeah, exactly. It's like, wow. And then people use the word pwn because that seemed really cool, but that was like 1 year that was cool, and then it was completely dated, and it goes on and on.
I'll tell you what, Sam, it's been an absolute delight. I'm going to love you and leave you, and I will let you and Joe close this thing out. But hopefully we'll get to do this again soon. And either way, look forward to catching up with you in Prague.
Absolutely. See you soon, James.
Cheers, buddy. Joe, best of luck. We're all counting on you.
Bye. Bye, Jimmy. Thank you. Have a good night. James, hard to get out of here. It's everybody's favorite uncles right now, Joe Stapleton and Sam Grafton.
One
We could be two uncles, right? Yeah, exactly. One of us went to college, the other one didn't.
Sure. Yeah, like in Parenthood. Is that right? Is that how that played out? It's a long time since I've seen that movie. There's like a dropout and a high achiever. But the moral of every movie is the one that is the high achiever isn't happy anyway, right, Joe?
Correct. Whoa, we got some pears here, my babies, and we got a little sourdough. Ooh, sourdough suited. Which is artisanal. Oh, hold on, and we got these.
Nom, nom,
Action,
nom, nom.
I mean, by the way, this could be a disaster.
Uh-oh.
Lo-Fi Dream's still alive if they call and lose here. And I believe for that reason they will be calling it off. Thus, they go to third in chips.
It's so much money, though, if you go out next.
Very close decision. Doesn't feel like Nilden's mucking around here. See, somewhat likely Queens Plus would 3-bet rather than shove. And
We got the call. Domination Nation. We do have gut shots. No straights come in. Sevens succumb to eights. Because 7, 8, no, that's not a thing. Out in fourth place for $40,382.
And all action here, because Lo-Fi Dream should call off again here, I believe. Folded the King 10, but tanked. And Ace 9 significantly stronger. A lot less ICM pressure on Sexy
Yes. Now it's a flip. Force holding for now. The river's a 9, however. Sexy Muck out. Back-to-back hands. Fourth place, third place. Sexy Muck out for $56,000. And we are heads up, my babies. We had one hand of threads up poker. One.
Wow. Joe Stapleton bringing the action here. He comes on stream and suddenly, let's get this wrapped up.
And I feel bad.
Yeah.
It was such an unceremonious exit for Nilden, who had an amazing level with all the kings and the kings and the kings, and then just sort of out like a flash. Didn't even get a chance to properly pay our respects because we lost Sexy Muck in the next hand. But hey, Jay Savage started off the day today as chip leader. Lo-Fi Dream was down to 3 big blinds at one point. Either way, we've got ourselves a little tail here.
Yeah, but definitely much more satisfying position for Jay Savage, as you said, was sort of a lower stack coming into the final, and now, looking to gamble heads up, 4-1 deficit. Obviously, odds against them, but will do their best. I definitely feel a little sorry for Milan, something of a caller there, but I know that they'll be disappointed. I know Milan pretty well, and I know he'll be disappointed to get fourth, having had such a strong chip lead. Sexy Muck getting the ladder. Excuse me, and then getting it in good, essentially getting it in a flip to come back and battle out for 56K.
And if I can, I'd like to bring up this point here that Woogie has brought up, as well as Ball of Bones, that Savage, reminder, satellited in for $11. So when we're talking about the number of buy-ins this player is about to make, we really have to reduce that or multiply it by 10.
Well, I actually would say it's 7,799 buy-ins.
There you go.
Roughly.
There you go.
Speaking.
Pretty close. We'll check the math on that later. Pair of sixes for Savage.
Wow. And going to have a little bit of trouble in this heads-up match. Don't think you can be folding bottom pair in a limp pot to 1 big blind there. Again, don't want to be too critical, obviously, of this player who's done amazingly from $10 to be here with 77,000 locked up. But just heads up, if you flop a pair, sort of have to continue. Otherwise, you might, hand, obviously, range is so wide. People playing literally, and also King Queen, maybe you need to bump it up versus the limp. Going to work out here, though, for Savage, who has flopped an incredibly strong top pair here.
This is a pair it would be criminal to get away from.
Yeah, absolutely.
As opposed to the last
on such
one.
a dynamic board, probably going to want to raise for value. If you knew your opponent had 7 deuce, of course, you would just call, but going to want to cooler other king X, get it in versus draws, etc., and check raises for that reason.
Jay Savage with Jack 6 of diamonds. Up against one of the worst hands in the poker universe. Both players miss, like pretty hard in every case. Savage does bet with the best of it, I guess. Technically, creeps up over the 20 million mark. Yeah. Right. I'm glad that you were as baffled by it as how to describe what happened there as I was. And now we have Jack High betting into a pair of 9s. And Sam, you feel pretty confident your opponent doesn't have an ace here, right? The way the action went pre-flop.
Wow. Check raising the 9-8.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, you
Night
probably want to... Yeah, go ahead. Go, Joe.
No, it's okay. Please, if we have stuff to talk about here, I'm just going to the chat.
No, yeah,
I'd rather talk about the heads-up match.
I was going to say, Savage again, folding king 3 off to a raise, folding the small blind with jack 3 off. Definitely going to have trouble overcoming this chip lead, playing such a tight strategy, but we shall see. Obviously, it would be nice to see someone who's satellited in for so little coming out on top here. Checks back the deuce 3 of clubs. I think this, again, might be a little bit of a mistake because the ace you're going to get credit for anyway. When it's gone limp check, you're not, your opponent isn't going to have an ace that often. So.
Oh, baby. Straight nice.
Yeah. And it kind of looks like you've got an ace now, right? That's why it's kind of hard to get paid on this card. But the chip stack of Savage, having said all this, is growing. Cut that deficit down from 4 to 1. Or was it even 5 to 1? I think 4 to 1 to 3 to 1.
Yeah, double up now, and they flip-flop positions. So, you know, this is as good a spot as you can be in as the underdog in a heads-up match. Sam, they used to say that you could never really be more than like a 60-40 favorite heads up. I feel like that's different now. I feel like heads up play has gotten so intense that you can be a much bigger favorite than that now if you're playing against, you know, if you're an experienced heads up player versus someone who isn't.
Yeah, perhaps so. It's kind of hard at 20 big blinds, though, to have a real big edge. Certainly, those guys playing cash games, like we've seen these big cash game challenge, they have like really big win rates over each other. But I think in individual matches, 60-40 is about right here. You know, that's even with Savage. Just because the way the chips can go in, what it takes to be a cooler is, you know, a lot less. We could just have 6s over 5s, the money goes in. Ace jack over ace 10 and the money goes in and it's over, you know, like that can be quite common. Top pairs over top pairs. But I would say if Savage
Queen Jack
is checking hands like King Queen, like not even raising, then that does cause some problems because you need to sort of inflate the pot when you have those stronger holdings.
King, Queen, 3, 2 spades. Pair of queens for the lo-fi dream. I really want to stick to the poker, but I have to read this comment from Battle Knight. This is amazing. Ace of spades on the turn. Never mind.
Yeah, and
too juicy a turn card.
Savage not going to have too many aces. Checks back again. And I wonder if Savage could go for a big bet for value here because I feel like Lo-Fi Dream kind of compelled to pay it off. And you notice Lo-Fi Dream doesn't snap. That's just because of the style of play Savage, the approach Savage has had. haven't seen too many bluffs. This is a board that really favors Lo-Fi Dream, right? But blocking the straight, blocking the... What a good fold. That is a really strong fold, tailored to his exact opponent there. The speed, the sizing, really sensed that that was a value bet. Having checked it back to call a river bet, you know, checked back a very strong hand on the flop. In the end, able to fold. Really, really nice play from Lo-Fi Dream. Big fan of that.
I'm a big fan when Grafton's a big fan, so I'm just going to go ahead and agree with Sam there. Savage up over 30 million now, slowly creeping their way toward even. Lo-Fi Dream, ace-king suited. Cheeky min raise.
Yeah, and we've seen Savage fold getting even quite good pot odds like this.
Ace-jack now for Savage. God, this comment was so good. Where is it? Battle Night. 1v1 in big tourney. There's only one guy with 2 cards. I'm guaranteed to win a ton of money. I open up a little, take some chances. There's no bad side.
Nice summary there.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you for your comment.
Thank you for your comment. You're now editor-in-chief of PokerStars blog.
I felt like that was like something that AI wrote.
Yes.
There's no bad side. All right, Ace-Jack getting snapped off there. Quick call from the pair of queens of Lo-Fi Dream. Savage. Do they double
really
barrel? They don't feel like a double barrel to me.
Yeah, but it would be cool, right? I think you would really, obviously you would fold out of 4. You pressurize a queen. Can't do it. Can't do it. I understand why. You do have a lot of equity, right, in the check back line. Maybe you want to just pick something worse. Maybe you just want to pick ace-x or nothing and far big. So I do understand why. I do understand why. And Lo-Fi Dream value betting. And Savage may get somewhat attached. Doesn't and folds correctly.
Blinds up again, 6 million, 1.2 million, ace-4 diamonds, ace-5 sourdough, not artisanal. Store-bought, ugh. 1 diamond. 1 wheel card. Both players with showdown value with their ace. Ooh, this could be a chop. The action goes check, check. That hand does end in a chop. You know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot.
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Okay, he did a dance. The singing was like whatever, but he added in a dance. I'll take it. I'll take it.
A surprisingly soft and somewhat ladylike voice there, Joe Stapleton. Hearing it by itself, it's very. Oh.
I can only sing in a certain range.
Right.
Everyone. Nope. Never mind. King, Queen. Wow. Making it 2.64 million, and Jack 4 makes the call. Hits top pair. The c-bet from Savage is gonna cost them.
Yeah, I mean, when you've been limping a lot and you raised not that many 8x, just kind of want to keep in the king x and queen x you dominate. Maybe this c-bet isn't that necessary. And
ooh, and a heart on the turn.
Yeah. Good news, bad news, turn card for Lo-Fi Dream. Savage now going to have to decide whether they want to represent the ace or not. We know it won't generate a fold on the turn. Checks back. And a bit of a weird spot for Lo-Fi Dream. Maybe we do want to bet this. There's a lot of gut shots that miss. Queen 10, 9, 10, and the like. Goes for third pot. Kicker wouldn't play if Savage had a Jack 10 or Queen Jack. It would be Jacks and 8s with an ace and can be a bit more comfortable for that reason.
Lo-Fi Dream pulling back to a 4-1 chip lead.
Yeah, and strong Lo-Fi Dream really given, whatever happens, I'm not saying they're going to win it, but Lo-Fi Dream really giving a strong account of themselves on this final table in the early stages when we followed them, and now in heads up. Seems to be playing very well.
Lo-Fi Dream taking a stab. Savage coming along with the gut shot. King high.
Wow.
And a full pot bet from Lo-Fi Dream, who may be figuring out that, you know, Savage pretty risk averse at this point, not likely to get out of line, not likely to stick it in your eye.
Yeah, and Lo-Fi Dream with an ace-8 now. Think we could just rip this over a limp. Seems quite nice to just pick up the money in the middle and tell your opponent that they can't just get in and see cheap flops willy-nilly.
Savage does make the correct eventual fold. Now below 20 million. And it's top pair for the Lo-Fi Dream.
Yeah, King of Hearts really nice to have as well. Such a shame for Savage. 8-7 of clubs. Looked like he could really do some damage there. 9-3 against 9-3 now.
A6 for Savage.
Yeah, and I'd like to see Savage do the same as I recommended. Yeah, doesn't mess around. Those offsuit aces you just need to put in and hope that you're not being trapped. And yeah, and again, I think we need to try and sneak in there with the 3-2 suited. Wow.
Yeah.
And
Savage 4-5 of diamonds. Lo-Fi Dream, pocket kings, gut shot, flopped here. Gut shot draw, I should say, to be specific. Checks over to the Lo-Fi Dream, who bets 2 million, nearly full pot.
yeah, and without a backdoor flush draw, it really stops Savage continuing with this 4-5. See, a little bit, you know, this is, yeah, I mean, a bit of a sizing tell there. Bets 1 million every time that they've got queen high, bets 2 million with kings. You think that's something we see from tournament players a lot, but and Savage actually sort of trapping here with the ace-8 off.
Mm-hmm. You always feel, look, playing from Savage's perspective, I feel like we're kind of a similar mindset when we play, and you feel like you're trapping with ace-8 off here until it comes jack high, and then you're like, ah, damn it. Savage does take down a small pot with a bet on the flop. Both players hit a 4 here. Battle Knight back for some more. I'll say this much. So many pitfalls in this 1v1, and they've both been dodging like pros.
Yeah, and what a turn for Lo-Fi Dream. Not necessarily going to be able to crush Savage, who's only got third pair, but big outdraw. You know, this 2.6 million would be very valuable for Savage. Don't think they're going to fold after check, especially as the queen kicker is, in general, quite powerful.
Lo-Fi Dream probably going to go big here. $5 million in the middle. Oh, not big. Sorry, I'm wrong. Going real small. I mean, great bet to get a 4 to call you. Jeez. But doesn't get the 4 to call. Not small enough, I guess. Savage with a 5
Wow.
suited.
Wow. Very random
Folds
fold,
it
but
to the ace queen.
Sick.
Ace 4 jams, and we're closing in on a 9-1 chip lead now. Ace 8 shoves, king 7 suited, more than likely gonna call it off here. The book says call. Call we see. Top pair of kings. Queen 8 drawing nearly dead on the flop. It is all over. The lo-fi dream does in fact come true. $108,490 and a major congratulations to Jay Savage. Started the day as chip leader, satellited in for $11. Their best online result to date, $6,800. Just won about 11 times that. So very well done, Jay Savage. Sam Grafton, before we get out of here, I was just noticing in chat, Frankie said that they railed you to your own victory on Sunday. Why don't you take a second and brag about that? Did you win a tournament?
Yeah, well, there was a hyper weekend which PokerStars put on where there was a lot of extra hyper turbos with big guarantees. Yeah, and I won the 215 for 22K. So that was really nice. Yeah, that was gratifying. Obviously, a win, particularly in the knockout format, is really nice because a lot of the money is up top when you make a final like that. So that was really nice. And just getting the W is such a good feeling. Not the same as these guys here in a big Sunday Million, but it was definitely pleasurable to win. And yeah, and it's been great to be back in the booth with you guys. See you again, Joe. I'm looking forward to seeing you in Prague. And that was a great final table. A lot of it, particularly when you were covering, a lot of excitement. That little rush of seeing all the pocket kings, and then the flurry of excitement at the end. It was a good ride.
In the words of Goldfinger, everything he touches turns to excitement. Sam, I just got to give you a lot of credit. If I had won a tournament over the weekend, I would have talked about it nonstop, and I had to get a tip from the audience to drag it out of you. So congratulations on that. Thanks so much for watching, gang. We appreciate you. And also, do not forget that we have got a brand new episode of the Global Poker Award winning podcast, Poker in the Ears, will be released this week on Thursday with our guest is Veronica Brill, also a winner of a Global Poker Award this year. We're going to talk to her about all the cool stuff that she's gotten into in order to receive that award. But for now, that is all the time we have got for this week's Sunday Million stream. For James Hardigan and Sam Grafton, I am Joe Stapleton. Smell you later.